The Hogwarts professor mixed into Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, Enduring Humiliation. Sirius Black has been undercover for many years. Ministry of Magic, Lecture Hall. A large number of wizards sat below, talking with their companions around them, and occasionally looking at the podium in front. The wizard reporters in the front row waved their cameras, snapping and shooting the scene as materials. They received news that this time there will be heavy news. Around the podium, several auras stood at the edge with serious faces, as if on alert. Cough cough cough. The sound of light coughs spread throughout the hall, and many wizards fell silent. Their eyes were fixed on the slightly fat figure in the middle of the podium. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. This was a big shot in their eyes. "I'm Fudge. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic," Fudge said in a deep voice. "I believe that everyone who came here has heard some news more or less." At this point, Fudge's face showed a sad look. "I received a sad news that several auras in Azkaban have died." Hearing this, it was like dropping a bomb, and the wizards below discussed it one after another, and the scene was very noisy for a while. However, Fudge did not allow the chaotic situation to spread further. He pointed his wand at his throat and cast a sound amplification spell. His voice was low and sad. "I believe that this is a scene that our wizards do not want to see. Although the wizarding world has been peaceful in recent years, but I want to tell you, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. Auras, they fight on the front line and have always been the most solid barrier to protect our wizarding world. They have created the current peace for us with their lives. Here, I think all the wizards present should do the same as me. Stand up and observe a minute of silence for the sacrificed auras." This time, as if there was a magical power, the whole audience was silent. As if sensing the solemn atmosphere, a large number of wizards stood up and began to bow their heads in silence with Fudge and a group of auras. The wizard reporters in front had already started pressing the cameras in their hands, and with the sound of clicks, they took pictures one by one to record this moment. Soon, a minute passed, and the silence ended. This time, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the whole place. Even after the moment of silence, the place was still quiet. It seemed that they were waiting for Minister Fudge's next words. "The auras in Azkaban were brutally murdered, which makes us extremely sad. Based on the information we have at hand, we have determined the identity of the enemy. That is the Death Eater who once plagued the wizarding world." As soon as the Death Eaters appeared, many wizards' faces suddenly changed and even revealed panic. It seemed that they recalled the bloody storm caused by the Death Eaters many years ago. Fudge naturally noticed the change in everyone's expression and immediately comforted them. "Don't worry, everyone. The Ministry of Magic has the ability to ensure everyone's safety. Moreover, we have made a thorough plan for the Death Eaters." Hearing this, the wizards on the scene looked better, but there was still a trace of worry on their faces. Then, they heard, "Next, we will invite the person in charge of the operation to encircle and suppress the Death Eaters, Sirius Black." When Sirius' name came out of Fudge's mouth, everyone was at a loss. It seemed that they were very unfamiliar with this name. But then, some wizards reacted, and their pupils shrank suddenly. Sirius Black, the heir of the Black family. He was once known as the most loyal Death Eater of the Dark Lord. Just when everyone was about to ask their doubts, Fudge began to explain appropriately. "I know that everyone may have some doubts about Sirius's identity. Many people think that Sirius is a Death Eater, and even the Ministry of Magic used to promote it this way. But in fact, this was a secret mission of the Ministry of Magic. Here, as the Minister of Magic, I will publish a secret file." Next, Fudge began to give full play to his eloquence. With Sirius as the protagonist, it tells a story of a hero who defiles himself and endures humiliation. In this story, Sirius mistakenly believed in Peter Pettigrew, which led to the death of Harry's family. In his inner remorse and the desire to atone for his sins, he voluntarily proposed to the Ministry of Magic to enter Azkaban to monitor the movements of the Death Eaters. In order to eliminate the remaining Death Eaters, the Ministry of Magic agreed to Sirius's request and cooperated with a series of actions. Therefore, Sirius successfully sneaked into Azkaban and mastered a lot of information about the Death Eaters, making him the best candidate for the next mission. In this story, Fudge wanted to tell the story of Sirius's remorse, self-abuse, and atonement for his friends. Emphasize Sirius's tall and glorious image and noble character. Well, since the Azkaban incident cannot be covered up, then try to minimize the impact. And the best way is to find something that everyone likes to see and hear to divert attention. And Sirius, who has endured humiliation and been undercover for many years, is the best choice. This is indeed the case. It made the wizards excited and admired. Attention was quickly diverted. At this moment, Sirius, following Fudge's wave, walked onto the podium. Facing the wizards below, his smile was a little stiff and helpless. Although he sincerely disdained such things, in order to be able to walk freely in the sun in the future and to be able to stand beside Harry, he had to cooperate. Then, he began to recite the manuscript prepared by the Ministry of Magic before the plan to encircle and suppress the Death Eaters. The wizard reporters below quickly pressed the shutter, and the sound of clicking fell. The pictures of Fudge and Sirius were left one after another, which were used as materials for today's newspaper. Hogwarts, the dining hall. A large number of young wizards sat at the dining table, chattering and discussing. From time to time, he waved the Daily Prophet in his hand and spoke with a somewhat excited tone. Sirius is really amazing. In order to avenge his friend, he endured humiliation for 10 years and now returns again. Yes, it's amazing. Who can be like Sirius? If I have such a friend, I will really wake up with a smile in my dreams. I have decided that Sirius will be my idol in the future. On the cover of the Daily Prophet, Sirius, wearing an exquisite dress, stood elegantly on the podium, passionately, as if he was telling something. With the guiding content of the main text, the image of a hero was gradually shaped. Harry, is Sirius really your godfather? Hermione asked Harry excitedly, holding the newspaper in her hand. Well, Hermione, Sirius is my godfather. Harry nodded a little reservedly, with a hint of pride on his face. Professor Lockhart took me to see my godfather before. I have been meeting my godfather these days. Harry, Sirius is your godfather. Can he give me an autograph? Hermione asked excitedly. Ron, who was next to him, also urged for an autograph after hearing it. With the strong promotion of the Ministry of Magic, Sirius now, in the eyes of many people, has even surpassed the savior Harry Potter. He can be said to be the most popular one. In order to atone for his sins, he endured humiliation and lurked among the enemy for 10 years. This point really hit the high point in the hearts of many wizards. Not to mention the little wizards. It can be said that many little wizards now worship Sirius abnormally. And Harry, seeing the little wizards gathered around him and their requests for autographs, he agreed with a smile on his face. In the past few days, his relationship with his godfather has been getting better and better. It's just a signature, a small matter. To be honest, he also admires Sirius very much. This kind of hero's return routine is as powerful as a nuclear bomb in the current wizarding world. Hogwarts, library. Lockhart stood in the library, looking at the large number of magic books on the bookshelf, and a faint smile appeared on his face. For a school, the number of books shows the foundation of a school. Now, the treasured books in Hogwarts are no longer on guard against him. After all, this is a deal between him and Dumbledore. When he thought of this, Lockhart couldn't help but think of Sirius. Sirius is really angry now. Even Fudge's support rate has increased to a certain extent because of Sirius. However, Sirius has now completely become a target to attract attention. The matter of Azkaban has been suppressed before, and now there are a few people who still mention Azkaban. More importantly, Sirius is now the person in charge of the fight against the Death Eaters. TSK. If it succeeds, it's fine. If it doesn't, the blame will be directed at Sirius again. This is one of the reasons why Fudge agreed. He is quite cunning, and is unwilling to take such a risk. Of course, Fudge would not agree directly to Sirius alone. Lockhart's promise to help the Ministry of Magic deal with the Dark Lord is the key point. And for Lockhart, everything is as planned. Of course, Sirius needs a fulcrum. After all, He is the person in charge of the fight against the Death Eaters. He can't just stay in Hogwarts all day long. He needs some motivation. After all, no matter how big the matter is, it needs a suitable fuse. This is more ceremonial, isn't it? Hogwarts, school infirmary. Sirius has been in Azkaban for 10 years, which has caused great damage to his body and mind. Therefore, he still receives comprehensive treatment from Madame Pomfrey in the school infirmary. But for Sirius, he was enjoying the moment very much. As for catching the Death Eaters, wasn't that just a play? To be honest, he didn't really take it seriously. Godfather, how are you recovering? Harry asked with great concern, tilting his head in front of the bed. When Sirius heard this, he grinned and showed a happy smile on his face. Harry, I'm fine. You don't have to worry. How are your studies at Hogwarts? Hearing the question asked by Sirius, Harry thought for a while and said, very good, Headmaster. Professor McGonagall and others are very good to me. I have mastered a lot of magic. Then he added, except Professor Snape. Hearing Snape's name, Sirius said with some disgust, don't pay attention to the snot. All he knows is to study black magic all day long. Gloomy, not a good person. Ask me if you don't understand anything. I'll teach you. Entering here, Harry nodded quickly. He didn't like Snape either. Every time in class, he would call on him and ask a lot of unknown questions and also deduct Gryffindor points. A professor bullying a child like him is simply shameless. Then, Harry seemed to have thought of something and reached out to take out a feather pen, a few posters, photos, and notebooks and placed them in front of Sirius. Godfather, can you give me an autograph? I have several friends who ask me to get your autograph after knowing that you are my godfather. Hearing Harry's plea, Sirius touched Harry's head, smiled, and nodded. Of course, no problem. They are my godson's friends, so they are my friends. Then, Sirius said as if he was nostalgic, Harry, at your age, try to make as many friends as possible. Maybe one day in the future, you will need friends to help you. Then, as if he had thought of something, his eyes turned red, and he said word by word, Harry, remember, never make friends with people of bad character. Seeing the Godfather's face become a little ugly, Harry was a little at a loss, but still nodded and said, yeah, I understand, Godfather. Sirius also recovered, and saw Harry who was affected by him. A trace of apology appeared on his face. Then, he set his eyes on the posters, photos, and books that Harry took out. He took the feather pen and began to sign one by one. He would not refuse the request of his godson. Besides, signing is not a big deal. Soon, he signed his name on the notebook and the poster, and wrote some blessings. However, when he took the quill and set his eyes on a photo, Harry, whose photo is this? Sirius asked with a trembling voice. Godfather, this is Ron. He is my best friend. Harry took a look and saw that it was a photo of Ron, himself and Hermione. Ron, Sirius said with some excitement. Then, he picked up the photo and pointed at the red-haired Ron. No, to be precise, at the mouse on Ron's shoulder with a missing toe. His eyes were a little red, and he asked Harry with a trembling voice, Harry, is this mouse Ron's pet? Is he in Hogwarts now? Sirius's strangeness made Harry feel a little confused. But he still replied seriously, Godfather, this mouse is called Scabbers, and it is Ron's pet. However, Scabbers has not appeared for 2 months. At that time, Ron suspected that Scabbers was eaten by the cat, and he was depressed for several weeks. Hearing this, Sirius's face suddenly became gloomy. Damn, this dirty mouse is still alive. He must die. He must die. Revenge for Lily and James. Related thoughts flashed wildly in his mind, and Sirius's face began to become ferocious. This made Harry, who was standing aside, feel a little scared. Suddenly, Sirius, what's wrong with you? Lockhart's voice sounded from his ear. You need to rest now, and stabilize your emotions. Hearing what Lockhart said, Sirius closed his eyes, and took a few deep breaths, as if suppressing the crazy emotions in his heart. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes, stared at Lockhart, and said word by word, Professor Lockhart, the Ministry of Magic has given me the task of encircling and suppressing the Death Eaters. So, I have to fulfill my duty, and go capture the Death Eaters. Peter Pettigrew, you wait for me. This time, I want you to be neither alive nor dead. Chapter 427 Grindelwald's Lesson, Voldemort's Declaration. The United States, Alvermorny, 2nd grade classroom. The faint sunlight, through the glass, sprinkled in the classroom. The little wizards were discussing quietly in the classroom, and the whole classroom was filled with a free and relaxed atmosphere. Grindelwald transformed into the principal Camus, standing on the podium, looking at the students below with a kind face. Ahem. Ahem. Class is about to start. Grindelwald, standing on the podium, coughed lightly, reminding the little wizards below. Students instinctively have a little fear of teachers, not to mention the principal. Almost when he coughed lightly, all the little wizards quieted down. And Grindelwald, looking at the well-behaved little wizards, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. This class is the 3rd meditation class. I wonder how much of the content of the previous 2 classes you have learned? Hearing the principal's question, several young wizards with childish faces soon raised their hands excitedly. Cedar, you go. Grindelwald called on them without hesitation. A young wizard with a delicate face and wearing a dark green wizard robe stood up and said excitedly, Principal, in the 1st class, you said that meditation is the key to opening a new era for wizards. In the future, only wizards who master meditation can become top wizards. Also, Principal, you explained to us the precautions of meditation. For example, how to eliminate distracting thoughts, how to feel the magic of heaven and earth, etc. When we practice meditation, the problem that is more likely to be encountered is the proliferation of distracting thoughts, and the solution. Cedar briefly summarized it, and then explained it in detail one by one. This made Grindelwald nod slightly. Cedar is worthy of being a good seedling that he has taken a fancy to. He has great potential in meditation. He may be a good helper or a searcher in the future. Cedar said it very well, and the Horned Water Snake Academy will add 10 points. After Cedar finished speaking, Grindelwald encouraged without hesitation. Afterwards, several young wizards appeared and added a few points, and Grindelwald naturally would not be stingy with points. The answers of the little wizards just now were all very good. Then in today's meditation class, I will formally teach you the meditation method. After the voice fell, Grindelwald took out his wand, slightly slid it in the air and sketched. Soon, several rune patterns of different colors appeared in front of many little wizards. There was a red flame color wrapped in flames, a light blue color emitting a deep cold, and a light green color with the breath of life. I told you before that the meditation method was first created by Gilderoy Lockhart. Here, I must admit Lockhart's genius thinking. He opened a new door for us wizards and explored a bright path. Grindelwald commented affirmatively, and then his tone changed, and his voice began to rise slightly, with a hint of regret. However, perhaps because Lockhart is not very old, he does not have much knowledge. The meditation method, he announced, is still at a very basic stage. In the future, more wizards will need to participate in it to further improve it. So, in the future wizard era, you are all indispensable. At the end, Grindelwald's voice began to become a little passionate, and the young wizards were tempted and excited. Based on the information released by Lockhart, I have conducted in-depth research on meditation. I have achieved some results. At this point, Grindelwald took out his wand and pointed at the various rune patterns floating above. I found that meditation can be divided into different types according to nature, and wizards have different physiques. Some of your physiques have a better tendency to meditation. As he said, Grindelwald pointed to the rune pattern wrapped in flames. This is a red flame meditation I developed. After meditation, it will be easier to use and master fire type spells. And the magic in the body will also be more inclined to fire, becoming more explosive. The frost meditation, life meditation, etc. on the side have similar effects. Grindelwald explained in a flat voice. The little wizards below widened their eyes and were very surprised. As mentioned before, different people have different constitutions, and they have different meditation methods. So, next, I need to test everyone's constitution, and then teach everyone to practice the corresponding meditation method. Then, Grindelwald began. Slowly explained the differences between the meditation methods. At the same time, he began to explore the constitutions of the little wizards. Find the first owner for the meditation methods that he had initially created. Well, a perfect meditation method requires repeated experiments. After all, good things are always rare. At night, Malfoy Manor. In the spacious and bright hall, exquisite works of art are placed everywhere. Portraits full of artistic atmosphere, exquisitely carved jade, and antiques full of history. They are scattered and mixed, as if to highlight the pureblood family status of the Malfoy family. However, at this moment, the hall, which originally revealed an elegant temperament, became serious, and even faintly revealed evil. A large number of dark wizards, dressed in different clothes but all exuding a fierce atmosphere, gathered together and maintained. In front of many dark wizards, a wizard with an extremely handsome face glanced at everyone with a calm expression. Some of them lowered their heads slightly, their eyes full of respect. Some, their eyes were full of fanaticism, as if they were worshipping gods. Others, with unstoppable fear in their eyes, lowered their heads, fearing that they would be discovered. Tom Riddle, or Voldemort at this moment, looking at the Death Eaters, dark wizards, and some pureblood nobles opposite. In his mind, he estimated the power of them, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his heart. But there was still no expression on his face. Everyone, I'm back. Voldemort glanced at everyone, and said word by word. But after coming back, I have to say, that I'm very disappointed. Hearing Voldemort's somewhat dissatisfied voice, the originally quiet wizards hummed and seemed to be a little confused. Then who are we? Faced with Voldemort's questioning, the wizards did not answer immediately. Voldemort asked himself and answered, we are wizards, noble wizards. In the past, muggles regarded us as gods, and many races were our slaves. We created life, played with rules, and even pursued eternity. Hearing this, the wizards couldn't help but shed tears on their faces, revealing a trace of yearning. What Voldemort said was exactly the ancient wizards they saw in history books. Although there was a confidentiality law later, we are still wizards, and we have the most powerful force. So, we deserve the glory and status that belong to the strong. What do you think? Voldemort asked everyone in a cold voice. Master is right, we hold the power, and deserve the corresponding status. Long live the Master, the strong should be in control of everything. The fanatical Death Eater praised enthusiastically, or rather, he thought so too. After hearing this, the Dark Wizard beside him nodded and agreed very much. Their strength is much stronger than that of ordinary wizards. They should stand in the sun openly instead of sneaking around, and even being caught in Azkaban. As for the pureblood families, they did not make any statement. The experience of fighting over the years made it difficult for them to make a decision. They are fence sitters. In other words, if they are not forced, they will never find their place. At this moment, Voldemort noticed what everyone was thinking, smiled faintly, and continued to speak. There are only a handful of people in the wizarding world who can be my enemies. Dumbledore is old, Grindelwald is far away in the United States, and the hidden old monsters are afraid of their lives and dare not take action. As for the so-called Ministry of Magic and the so-called auras, they can be destroyed with a wave of the hand. So, everyone, now is the best time for us. Hearing Voldemort's bewitching declaration, the Death Eaters, Dark Wizards, and pureblood families showed excitement on their faces, because they thought carefully and found that what the Dark Lord said was right. With the Dark Lord's strength, who else would be his opponent, except Dumbledore and Grindelwald? As for Lockhart, the Death Eaters and this group of dark wizards who just escaped from Azkaban didn't know that Lockhart and Grindelwald had fought a tie. And the pureblood families who knew about it were not so blind that they spoke up to dispel everyone's interest. What's more, they generally believed that the Dark Lord was more powerful than Grindelwald. After all, the other party was old and had been in prison for many years. Compared like this, the Dark Lord is more powerful than Lockhart. Master, what should we do now? The Death Eater shouted excitedly. The Dark Wizard on the side also showed an expectant look on his face. Seeing everyone's state, Voldemort stretched out his hand and pressed it down. Seeing that everyone calmed down, he said coldly, now, the most important thing. It is to announce the return of Voldemort to the wizarding world. Hogwarts, the principal's office. Dumbledore stood in front of the window, looking at the crescent moon in the distance, and sighed softly. Now is really a troubled time. Grindelwald occupied Isle Vermorny in the United States. Tom has been resurrected, and I don't know when he will start to make trouble again. Even Lockhart has to leave Hogwarts to open a new school. One after another, out of control. Dumbledore felt particularly powerless. He is old. He may really be old. Not as energetic as when he was young. Dumbledore smiled bitterly, then retracted the distracting thoughts in his heart, and continued to think about the next arrangements. At this moment, boom. The stone statue outside the headmaster's office left, and a familiar figure stepped onto the stairs, and entered the headmaster's office. "Snape, you're here." Dumbledore, who had sensed the inside of the room early, greeted him directly. After that, he returned to his desk, and waved his wand slightly. 2 teacups appeared in front of the two. At the same time, the faint fragrance of tea filled the headmaster's office. Seeing this, Snape did not take the teacup, but stared at Dumbledore quietly, as if waiting for him to speak. Sure enough, Dumbledore asked, "Snape, how is a mark on your hand recently? Has he called you recently?" Snape was not surprised by Dumbledore's question, and nodded gently. "The Dark Lord has called me recently, but I made an excuse to get rid of it." Hearing this, Dumbledore asked curiously, "Snape, what excuse are you making? Are you sure the Dark Lord believes you?" In response, Snape said lightly, "I sent a message to the Dark Lord saying that I'm studying meditation with you. The Dark Lord also has ideas about meditation, and he specifically reminded me to bring him the results of reasonable research when the time comes." Hearing this, Dumbledore fell silent. Meditation. Meditation again. Grindelwald talked about teaching all wizard students meditation. Voldemort also asked to see meditation. As for Lockhart, let alone, he is the source of everything. Thinking of this, Dumbledore pondered for a moment, stretched out his hand from his waist, and a light blue book appeared in his hand. "Snape, this is part of the meditation experience that Lockhart and I studied," Dumbledore said. "Find a chance to pass it on to the Dark Lord. While gaining trust, try to find out what his next move is." Knowing Tom, he would definitely want to make a big move to show his presence. And Snape did not refuse, nodded, and took the experience. Malfoy Manor, study. Tom Riddle sat at the desk, quickly flipping through the magic books in front of him, as if looking for something. 1, 2, 3. I don't know how many books he flipped through. Maybe all the inherited magic books of the Malfoy family have been flipped through. But Tom still didn't seem to find what he wanted. His face was a little gloomy. Cut off the contract, and cut the soul. It's time to do it. It can't be discovered by Lockhart yet. There is only one chance. If he misses it, then he may never find a chance to escape. At this moment, dang, 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 a knock on the door sounded. "Bella, come in." Tom glanced at the door, and knew that the one knocking on the door was his loyal Bellatrix. Then, Bella came in, and looked at her master Voldemort, her eyes full of fanaticism and obsession. However, she quickly reacted, and said in a deep voice, "Master, Snape is here. He said he completed the task you gave him. Do you want to see him now?" "Snape." Tom narrowed his eyes, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. But he still nodded and said, "Ask him in." Soon, Snape, wearing a black robe, entered the study, and looked at his former master with complicated eyes. Tom saw Snape's eyes and his anger swelled up all of a sudden. Damn, the other party was originally just one of his men, or to put it bluntly, one of his dogs. As a result, now thinking of Lockhart, Voldemort suppressed his inner anger and said calmly, "Bella, you go back, I still have something to tell Snape." After hearing this, Bella nodded gently, turned around and left, and carefully closed the door. The study was empty of Snape and Tom Riddle. But Voldemort waved his wand and a barrier enveloped the study, blocking any possible prying eyes. "Tell me, what does Lockhart want you to do?" Tom Riddle said indifferently. Snape was silent for a moment, then took out a light blue book, and handed it over, explaining, "This time, Dumbledore asked me to come. He asked me to give you this meditation experience book, and to find out your next move." Chapter 428, The headmaster of Slytherin House prepares to run away. At dusk, Godric's Hollow. Godric's Hollow is named after Godric Gryffindor, the founder of Hogwarts. It is also a well-known gathering place for semi-wizards in the British wizarding world. There live wizards and a large number of squibs. Of course, there are also a small number of muggles. Perhaps because of muggles, or the Statute of Secrecy, Godric's Hollow is a very peaceful gathering place. At this moment, in a small square in the center of the valley, wizards in different clothes are sitting around. Some are reading newspapers in their hands, some are exercising in the square, and some are playing with their children or grandchildren. In the center of the square, there stands an obelisk with names engraved on it. Of course, this is the scene in the eyes of muggles. If a wizard looks at it, he will find that the obelisk has become a statue of 3 people. They are a man with messy hair and glasses, a beautiful and kind woman with long hair. The other is a baby boy held in the arms of a woman. These 3 statues are the savior family who once saved the wizard world. James Potter, Lily Potter, Harry Potter. At this moment, sitting on a chair not far from the statue, was an old man with a big belly. He was wearing brown clothes, had a walrus-like beard, a kind face, and brown eyes that revealed shrewdness. He was the former headmaster of Hogwarts Slytherin College, Horace Sloane. At this moment, Horace frowned and looked at the Daily Prophet in his hand. The headline on it read Sirius Black said that he would catch the Death Eaters and rebuild peace. After reading the whole article praising Sirius Black and the confidence in his ability to catch the escaped Death Eaters, Horace couldn't help but shake his head slightly and smacked his lips. Although the report described very little about the Azkaban prison break, as the former head of Slytherin and the founder of the Slug Club, he naturally had his own news channels. The real situation was completely opposite to what was portrayed in the report. Almost all the Aurors were killed, while the Death Eaters and a large number of Dark Wizards successfully escaped from prison, and the Ministry of Magic didn't even have a clue. No, to be precise, there is another Sirius. But with his understanding of Sirius, he really couldn't believe the image of him who endured humiliation and worked undercover for many years in the report. Is this something that reckless guy could do? Rather than saying that he was lurking, it would be better to say that he wanted to atone for his actions and voluntarily entered Azkaban. This is in line with his impression of Sirius. Alas, the current Ministry of Magic really disappointed him. Thinking of this, Horace looked up at the statue of the Potter family. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Lily, the piece you sacrificed for is probably going to disappear. I have to hurry up and escape for my life. The Death Eaters worked together inside and outside and successfully escaped from prison. Only a fool would believe such a thing. The only possibility for a successful escape is that a powerful dark wizard took action. And the most likely one is Tom, who successfully returned. Knowing Voldemort's biggest secret, Horace naturally knew that Tom was not really dead and didn't know when he would return. Therefore, he has been consciously covering up his traces in recent years. But now it seems that he needs to hide further, otherwise his life will be in danger. With his mind turning, Horace stood up from his chair, left the square, and walked towards the valley. Over the years, in order to hide his traces, he has set up several safe houses for himself. Now seeing the news in the newspaper, coupled with possible speculation, he decided to leave the UK to avoid the limelight. It's a pity that most of his connections and resources are in the UK. If he leaves the UK, he will have almost nothing, except some gold galleons and potions. However, saving his life is important. Go back to the safe house first, retrieve the hidden resources, and then prepare to run away. Horace thought silently. If you run away, you can't do it without money. Especially in a foreign country, gold galleons are hard currency. I have to say that this group of goblins still has strengths. A lot of thoughts emerged from his mind. Sloane quickly gathered his thoughts and hurried his steps towards his house in Godric's Hollow. Soon, Horace walked into a black stone street with various houses on both sides of the street. Horace walked into a house on the right, took out the key, and gently touched the door, and it quietly opened. After entering, Horace waved the wand in his hand and cast a concealment spell, covering his house. After finishing the work in his hands, Horace walked quickly into his bedroom and opened a closet on the right. There was a small, but extremely secret safe deep in the closet. Horace took out his wand and gently touched the surface of the safe, and a subtle magic flowed into it. With a very subtle click, the safe quietly opened. Although the safe looks small on the surface, the space extension spell cast inside actually contains a large space. Then, Horace twisted his body, and in an instant, he transformed into a porcupine covered with spikes. The top transformation in the wizarding world, an imagus. The porcupine is not huge, but rather small and exquisite, and even its fat body highlights a hint of cuteness. The porcupine directly entered the safe, and the space suddenly became clear. At the same time, Sloane's body changed again, and returned to his human form. Then, Sloane looked at the cabin in the space. Without hesitation, he walked in. Click. With the sound of the door opening, what came into view were all kinds of potion materials and a large number of potions of different colors. Of course, gold galleons and magic items were indispensable. Looking at the pile of gold galleons on the right, this made Sloane smile faintly. As a top potion master, he also has close ties with the upper echelons of the British wizarding world. The wealth he has accumulated is really not to be underestimated. This is also the guarantee that he is confident that he can still enjoy life abroad. After a simple glance, he found that it was the same as in his memory. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Horace's eyes. Then he turned into a porcupine again and passed through the door of the safe again. Soon, Horace's figure appeared outside the wardrobe. He took out his wand and tapped the safe again. In an instant, the wardrobe around the safe began to change rapidly. The safe began to protrude outwards on its own initiative, and soon, in Horace's eyes, it changed into a magic suitcase. Then, Horace carried the magic suitcase and looked at the surrounding bedrooms with nostalgia. Then he walked out of the bedroom. The things have been taken. It's time to leave quickly. Since the official route is not available, we can only take the smuggling route. Well, I hope it will be easier this time. Long distance apparition is really not for people. With his mind turning, Horace walked into the hall and walked towards the gate. Suddenly Professor Sloane, long time no see. After hearing a slightly hoarse voice behind him, Horace Sloane's body stiffened, swallowed his saliva, and slowly turned his head. In front of the tea table in the hall, there were several dark wizards wearing black wizard robes and exuding a dark aura. The leader, who had just spoken, was the Death Eater Yaxley. Yaxley, what are you doing here? Sloane pinched his wand and said vigilantly, if everything is fine, I'll leave first. I have something to do. As he said that, his figure began to slowly retreat towards the gate. However, the vigilant expression on his face did not relax, and the wand in his hand was placed in the most convenient position for fighting. It seemed that he was ready to start casting spells if there was a disagreement. Professor Horace, the master wants to see you. Yaxley said with a somewhat fanatical look in his eyes. The master also asked me to tell you. He is back too, so he can naturally guarantee the teacher's safety. Hearing Tom's seemingly well-intentioned, but actually threatening words, Sloane's face turned ugly. Apparition. Without hesitation, Sloane immediately cast a spell and left. But then, a black light flickered slightly. Sloane remained in the hall, not moving. Anti-apparition. Fainted. All petrified. Soul out of the body. Seeing that Sloane was about to escape, the Death Eaters naturally would not be polite. However, due to the master's order to keep him alive, they directly cast various restrictive spells. And the leader Yaxley also directly cast the Imperious Curse. Bang, bang, bang. Although Sloane was a little fat, he was extremely flexible and his reaction speed was amazing. With his skilled combat experience, he quickly avoided the surging spell. He was really going to be caught. Not only did he lose face, but he was also probably finished with the rest of his life. Expelliarmus. Shattered to pieces. Petrification. Sloane also waved spells one after another, casting his best spells on the Death Eaters. In an instant, red and grey spell beams collided with each other. The house seemed unable to withstand the fierce battle inside. The glass had broken, and cracks appeared on the walls. It seemed that it was unable to bear the restraint. Professor Horace, give up. Alex slowed down the speed of casting spells. He advised. The master said that after you come, the future will definitely not be worse than now. The master has now stepped into a new stage. His wisdom, courage, and pattern are unmatched. If you join us, you will be able to share the master's future glory. At the end, the enthusiasm in Alex's words became stronger and stronger. It seemed that he believed in what he said. After hearing this, Sloane's face became more and more ugly. He knew Tom's condition better than Dumbledore. At first, Tom had learned during school that the other party's personality was a bit extreme. After splitting the Horcrux, his personality became more brutal and his temperament became more extreme. In this case, even if he was resurrected, it would not be much better. With such a person, the future is probably dark. Otherwise, if there is really a bright future, with his personality, he would have joined it long ago. Moreover, for a person like the Dark Lord, the best way to protect secrets is to have a dead person. He didn't have the courage to gamble with his life. Yaxley, go back and tell your master. Sloan cast the Iron Armor charm on himself for defense, and said again, I will not do anything that violates the agreement. And I will leave Britain immediately, and will not disturb any of his plans. Hearing Sloan reject his master, Yaxley's face began to get angry. He waved his wand fiercely, and one after another, dangerous black magic was cast. The other Death Eaters did the same. Soul out of the body. Crucia. Slit the throat. Faced with a large number of highly lethal spells, Sloan tried his best to block them, but he felt more and more exhausted. At this moment, suddenly, Expelliarmus. Shattered to pieces. Petrification. Behind Sloan, several auras emerged at some point, led by Sirius. They all waved their wands and cast spells to attack and block. Professor Horace, I'm Lockhart. In front of Sloan, a light golden barrier quietly emerged. At the same time, Lockhart appeared next to Sloan and said gently, while casting a defensive spell, we received news that the Death Eaters might attack you. So we hurried here. Fortunately we arrived in time. Hearing what Lockhart said, and sensing the mighty magic in the defensive spell in front of him, Sloan obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if he remembered who Lockhart was, a smile appeared on his face. Lockhart, long time no see. I heard about you. You are indeed the most outstanding student in Hogwarts. I have also studied the meditation method you proposed. It is not an exaggeration to say that it will open up a new era. We should communicate more when we have time. Hearing Sloan's series of compliments, Lockhart on the side smiled. Of course, he said modestly, no, Professor Horace, this is just a momentary inspiration, just a fluke. Then, as if sensing that the aura did not gain the upper hand in the face of seeking truth from facts, Lockhart's tone began to become serious. Professor Horace, you go behind us first. Let's talk after we deal with these Death Eaters. As soon as the voice fell, Lockhart took a step forward, waved his wand at the same time, infused magic power, and cast powerful spells one by one. Bang, bang, bang. It can be seen with the naked eye that a large number of beams of light of different colors intertwined with each other. The whole room was full of traces of shattering, and a large amount of magical energy spread rapidly, and even the air had a faint smell of burning. When Lockhart joined, almost every spell he cast easily defeated the opponent's attack, and even had the energy to continue attacking. So, the Death Eaters who felt the pressure retreated involuntarily. The leader Yaxley seemed to feel the great danger brought by Lockhart, and his eyes were shining. He pulled open his sleeves, took his wand, gently pointed at the Death Eater mark on his arm, and chanted in a low voice, Great Dark Lord, your faithful believer Yaxley calls you. Pray for more powerful power to repel the invading enemy. As Yaxley began to call the Dark Lord with the Death Eater mark, everyone present felt a deep breath of darkness. At the same time, dark green runes began to appear on Yaxley's face. Damn Lockhart, die. I curse, your soul will decay. I curse, your flesh will rot. I curse, your magic will be silenced. I curse. Chapter 429, Voldemort turned to ashes. Evil. Decay. Fall. Dark green light flashed on the body, and the curse of darkness and death spread all around. Sirius looked at the Death Eater Yaxley opposite with a serious expression, especially when he saw the Death Eater's mark of the skull moving back and forth on the opponent's arm. He couldn't help but pursed his lips secretly, as if to relieve the tension in his heart. Protect everyone. Armor protection. Magic protection. Although the Death Eaters were targeting Lockhart, Sirius and a group of auras cast defensive spells on themselves. Thunder explosion. Sirius tentatively cast a thunderbolt spell at Yaxley. As a result, the thunderbolt spell that flew into the air and glowed red began to bend and twist as if affected by some force. Finally, it fell to the ground, leaving a charred mark on the brown floor, and there was no other damage. I curse. At this moment, Yaxley used the Death Eater mark to curse Lockhart on the opposite side viciously. During this operation, the master had hinted to him that he could use his power to kill the enemy. This mission was very important, and the key was to do it at all costs. Therefore, he chose to sacrifice his body, his soul, and everything he had. Complete the task assigned by the master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At some point, a deep, cold, dark wind blew in the house. Everyone present shuddered subconsciously. However, at this moment, the auras, including Sirius, all focused their attention on Lockhart in front of them. At this moment, Lockhart stood at the front of the crowd, and behind him was the former Slytherin Dean Sloan. In Sloan's eyes, the vicious and evil curse blew into Lockhart's body with the cold wind. He was behind him, and could clearly feel the evil of this curse. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, as the curse fell, Lockhart's body radiated a thin golden light. Although the golden light was thin, it was very tenacious in blocking the curse from falling. At the same time, it revealed a breath of breaking through all evil and eliminating darkness. Just the perception made him feel a little confident. However, the Death Eater Yaxley on the other side had a lot of dark green runes on his body that exuded a dark curse. But at this moment, his body began to curl up, and the dark green runes began to become more dazzling. The Death Eater mark on his arm began to move on his body. To be precise, it moved to the top of his forehead. Soon, a skull mark appeared on the top of Yaxley's forehead. Then, the skin on his face began to twist and change. A slightly familiar face appeared in front of Sloan. Tom. Sloan shouted in horror. Is the curse invalid? Voldemort tilted his head and slightly sensed the body he had descended into, as well as the state of the other side. He seemed to have some doubts, but his tone was extremely indifferent. Professor Horace, what a pity. Voldemort did not talk to Lockhart, but instead focused his eyes on Horace Sloan behind him. You are my most respected professor of potions. I thought you would stand by me and restore the glory of wizards, but I didn't expect that. At this point, Voldemort shook his head slightly, seeming a little regretful. But the next moment, Avada Kedavra. Without hesitation, Voldemort waved his wand and cast a killing curse on Sloan. In an instant, a green beam of light exuding the breath of death shot out at Sloan. Obviously, the killing curse cast by Voldemort was more powerful and faster. Horace just reacted and thought he was going to die this time. Bang! The killing curse fell on the place where Horace stood, and the floor exploded. But at this moment, Horace only felt a huge force coming, and the next moment, he found himself in another position. To be precise, it was Lockhart who pulled him over to avoid it. The aura who had just reacted saw Voldemort coming. The heart began to be swallowed by fear, and the body subconsciously retreated, and even the arm waving the wand began to tremble. This was the infamy that Voldemort had left behind to stop the crying of children. Of course, it was also related to the fact that the Ministry of Magic had been hiding the news of the Dark Lord, and they were not mentally prepared at all. However, as the leader, Sirius looked at the Dark Lord with hatred. The death of Lila's family was due to the betrayal of Peter Pettigrew, but the culprit was the Dark Lord. So, Avada Kedavra. After Voldemort cast the killing curse on Professor Sloan, Sirius also waved his wand without hesitation and cast the killing curse on Voldemort. Even though he did not have the authorization from the Ministry of Magic to cast the unforgivable curse. However, Voldemort glanced at Sirius and the flying killing curse. He waved his wand casually and lightly picked it up. The same killing curse with a green glow flew towards the other party. Then, without caring about the spell, he focused his eyes on Lockhart. In Sirius's eyes, Voldemort didn't even look at him, and casually defeated the attack he had just cast with a killing curse. He even had the energy to fly towards him. However, with rich combat experience, he naturally dodged. But Voldemort's indifference still made him feel unfair. But at the same time, he also felt sad. He didn't even have the qualifications to let the other party look at him more. Are you Lockhart? Voldemort's words were questionable, but his tone was very affirmative. Lockhart nodded and said, yes, you are right. I'm Lockhart. Then, he said in a confident and affirmative tone, "Voldemort, since I'm here, Professor Horace, I will protect you this time." Hearing what Lockhart said, Voldemort chuckled, and his tone changed. He said sternly in a threatening tone, "Lockhart, I'm not that useless person who has been imprisoned for many years, Grindelwald. Just because you can fight him to a draw, does not mean you can survive in my hands. Voldemort, I don't know how strong you are," Lockhart said calmly, "but I believe that with just a puppet, you will definitely return empty-handed this time." "Oh, really?" Voldemort said with a smile. Then Avada Kedavra. Before the voice was completely finished, Voldemort waved his wand and a killing curse with a breath of death shot towards Lockhart. Boom. Lockhart also had rich combat experience. Almost at the same time, the wand in his hand could also be waved, and the magic power flowed with it, heading for the killing curse. With a bang, the magic power collided with each other, and the airwave raised a large amount of dust that enveloped the surroundings. Sirius, Horace and others could only see the green and red mixed in the dust. The unforgivable curse has no counter curse. It means death if you are hit. But there are ways to deal with the killing curse. Either run away and avoid the attack of the killing curse you are facing, or resist, like now, use magic to offset the curse, transform the battlefield into the magic power of both sides, and bear it hard. The winner lives, and the loser dies. Just like the final battle between Harry Potter and Voldemort in the original plot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark green and red flame magic power collided with each other. The airwave kept rolling, and the dust gradually enveloped the surroundings. Looking at Lockhart fighting Voldemort, Lockhart in particular did not seem to feel too much pressure. Sloane's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he thought of something. Damn it. Voldemort, who was fighting with Lockhart, suddenly cursed inwardly. The next moment, buzz, the dark green magic power quickly disappeared, and a large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the puppet body that Voldemort descended. It seemed that, if you don't pay attention, it will all shatter. This flesh is fragile, and I didn't fight hard enough. Voldemort squeezed the last remaining magic power in his body and said, "Next time, Lockhart, will you know what a top dark wizard is?" Without waiting for Lockhart to reply, Voldemort set his eyes on Sloane again, and only heard him remind him in a calm tone, "Professor Horace, don't forget what you promised me." As soon as the voice fell, buzz, the flesh turned into ashes and Voldemort disappeared quietly. Lockhart took back the wand in his hand and let the magic power in the air spread all around. After seeing his boss Yaxley die and the Dark Lord leave, the Death Eaters who were originally very rampant and the remaining Death Eaters turned extremely ugly. Petrify all. Petrify all. After seeing the Dark Lord completely leave, the Aurors seemed to have regained their courage, or perhaps they were a little angry about their cowardly performance just now. They waved their wands and cast spells on the remaining Death Eaters. Of course, Lockhart's performance just now gave them a lot of courage. After all, the Dark Lord was dead in Lockhart's hands. Soon, the remaining Death Eaters were petrified and fell to the floor, and Sirius walked in front of Lockhart and Sloane. "Professor Lockhart, Professor Horace, the Dark Lord is online. This matter is of great importance. I need to report to the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible." Although Sirius' tone was calm, it was mixed with a hint of urgency, and his eyes swept over the petrified Death Eaters from time to time. "Peter Pettigrew, this damned rat, is also a Death Eater." And Voldemort reappeared, and Peter Pettigrew was probably back to his master Voldemort. Therefore, if one wants to get clues about Peter Pettigrew, these captured Death Eaters should be the best clues. He has never forgotten the purpose of everything he has done. To capture Peter Pettigrew and make him live a life worse than death. To relieve the hatred in his heart and to comfort Potter's soul in heaven. Hogwarts, the school infirmary. Lockhart and Dumbledore were sitting around the bed, and lying on the white bed was Horace Sloane. At this moment, Horace, looking at a plate of Lockhart and Dumbledore, twisted his body uncomfortably and complained, "I'm a potion master. I know very well that there is nothing wrong with my body. Really no need for treatment." At the end, a trace of resentment appeared on Horace's fat face. "Horace, you are so old, don't mess around." Dumbledore advised with a smile, "I heard from Lockhart that Tom's curse will be very troublesome once it hits you. You should lie in bed and observe carefully for a few days. Lockhart chuckled softly and then said seriously, I think the headmaster's suggestion makes a lot of sense. My lord Dean, you should observe carefully. Hearing this, Sloane's face showed a speechless expression. How could he not know? Dumbledore and Lockhart did this, probably to keep him in Hogwarts in the name of observation, so that he would not run away directly. However, he could not refuse their kindness. After all, there was a Tom outside who was eyeing him covetously. Alas, this life is unbearable. Lockhart, to be honest, I really regret that I didn't pull you into the slug club before. Sloane, who was helpless, quickly adjusted his mood and joked to Lockhart. I feel now that this is the most wrong thing I have done in all these years. Haha. Dumbledore laughed after hearing this and also joked, it's not too late now. If you want to get Lockhart into the slug club, you can do it anytime. Lockhart waved his hand after hearing this and also said with a smile, this is a good suggestion. When I was in school, I was very yearning for the Professor's Slug Club. Now, I have to thank the headmaster and Professor Horace for giving me the opportunity to realize this dream. When the original Buddy was in school, his performance in Ravenclaw College was not bad. However, it was just a good performance. He did not show the side of Lily who was beyond ordinary genius. And there was no powerful family behind him. Naturally, he had no chance to join the Slug Club. Afterwards, everyone chatted with each other. Sloane found that Dumbledore and Lockhart seemed to have not brought up the topic. He seemed a little impatient and took the initiative to say, Dumbledore, Lockhart told you about Tom. How are you going to deal with it? Hearing what Sloane said, Dumbledore waved his hand, seemingly not caring, and said, don't worry, Horace. We have a detailed plan, you don't have to worry. Hearing this, Sloane's heart was beating so fast that he wanted to curse. He also hoped to have a good plan to resist Tom, then let him run abroad smoothly. As a result, Dumbledore was evasive in front of him. However, he did not say anything. After all, his identity was a bit sensitive. He was Tom's most trusted teacher before, and he also held Tom's biggest secret. He himself felt that no matter how he looked at it, he himself did not seem to be very trustworthy. After seeing that he could not get the clues he wanted from Dumbledore, Sloane set his sights on Lockhart. Lockhart, I haven't seen you for a few years. Your strength has improved a lot. This time, the Dark Lord is not your opponent. Sloane's tone began to change after just praising him. However, this time, the Dark Lord did not come in person, but was only a puppet. So he may not have fully deployed all his strength. However, Lockhart, the Dark Lord should remember you this time. Next time we meet, based on his personality, I'm afraid he will directly take ruthless action. So I suggest that you should be prepared in advance. Chapter 430 Voldemort's Second is online. At night, Little Hangleton. Little Hangleton was a gathering place for wizards a long time ago. It was once very lively and prosperous, because it is the descendant of Saracha Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts, and the residents of the Gaunt family. The former Gaunt family was very rich and prominent, and they were particularly particular about luxury and extravagance. Naturally, a gathering place for wizards was formed with it as the center. However, with the passage of history and many things, the Gaunt family gradually declined, and even approached extinction. Therefore, Little Hangleton now looks very desolate. Most of the houses are very simple, some even have no windows, and the doors are also tattered. Thieves will cry at a glance. What makes people feel even more desolate is that there are almost no young people here, only old people, children, and even not many old people. Maybe the young people have entered the city to work. In the dark night, the whole Little Hangleton was dark except for a few dim candle lights occasionally. Coupled with the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves, the sparse cicadas, and the unknown calls, it seemed even more strange. At this moment, in the dark night, a figure with a wretched face and a short and fat figure walked cautiously into the depths of Little Hangleton. The body was slightly hunched, and his hands were still in front of his chest, holding a dark wooden basket. In the magnolia, there was a baby with grey body, wrinkled skin, and ugly face. Master, we have arrived at the place you said. What should I do next? Peter Pettigrew asked in a low voice, standing in front of a barren grassland. Well, the tone was cautious and mixed with fear. At this moment, in the wooden basket, Voldemort, who was attached to the baby's body and had not yet fully resurrected, opened his eyes. Then, under the respectful gaze of Peter Pettigrew, Voldemort controlled the baby's body to float slowly. He glanced at Peter Pettigrew indifferently, then set his eyes on the barren grassland, and a trace of urgency flashed in his eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gaunt appears. Peter Pettigrew heard a hoarse, eerie, strange, and evil voice, which made him, who was originally timid, tremble all over. It was the Dark Lord's talent, Parseltongue. Then, as the Parseltongue voice disappeared, the air above the barren grass in front of him was like the surface of water, stirring up waves. Soon, under the gaze of Peter Pettigrew, a slightly eerie black manner emerged. This is the old house of the Gaunt family. Go in. The baby version of Voldemort said briefly, and then returned to the wooden basket. He is in a bad state now, and needs to save energy. It may cost a lot to command this waste later. In order to protect the Horcrux, he left a lot of traps and curses in the old house. Now, it has become an obstacle. When Peter Pettigrew heard it, he immediately held the wooden basket obediently, and walked towards the old house. Slow down your pace, and take the path on the left. It's twice as slow as usual. Fast speed can easily trigger traps. Jump up directly. Don't step on the stone steps. Be careful of curses. Don't push the door. Stay away. Cast a spell. Activate the trap, and go in after you disappear. After Peter entered the manor, Voldemort's reminders came to his ears every few steps. Every reminder added fear to his weak heart. Curses, traps, and the breath of death coming from time to time. It made him panic. But his body was like a stiff piece of wood. He didn't dare to move at all. He did whatever the master said. He was afraid of dying, because of his own reasons. Finally, he successfully entered a room deep in the old house. After the master's reminder and successfully avoiding several deadly traps, Peter Pettigrew finally reached his destination. On a slightly decayed mahogany table, there was a half-open treasure box, and in the box, there was a ring inlaid with black gems. This is the ancestral ring of the Gaunt family, and it is inlaid with the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. When Peter Pettigrew set his sights on the ring, almost instantly, all his attention seemed to be swallowed up by the ring. His eyes were filled with fanaticism and obsession, and he reached forward to grab the ring. Idiot. A curse entered Peter's ears. At the same time, the Death Eater mark on Peter Pettigrew's arm began to glow green, and the pain of a shattered soul surged into his heart. The whole person collapsed to the ground, his body constantly twisted, and his mouth kept wailing. Ah! The extreme pain awakened Peter Pettigrew, and made him get rid of the temptation of the death curse on the Resurrection Stone. You know, Dumbledore was injured by this curse. After seeing Peter get rid of the temptation of the curse, Voldemort did not continue to activate the Death Eater mark. However, Peter Pettigrew, who had recovered, was still sweating in pain, and there were some wet sweat marks on the floor. At this moment, Voldemort didn't care about Peter Pettigrew. Instead, he floated in the air and slowly flew towards the ring. He was the one who cast the curse, so he naturally knew its power, and how to break it and avoid it. Soon, the baby version of Voldemort was seen floating in the air, with a dark mist emitting a dark aura all over his body. The black mist began to gather and flew towards the ring. Soon, the ring was wrapped and floated in front of Voldemort. At the same time, Voldemort began to display his talent, Parseltongue. As a well-known Parseltongue in the wizarding world, it naturally has its own special features. In addition to being able to control snake creatures with commands, every word of Parseltongue is accompanied by magic. Just by language, a certain amount of magic can be performed. Of course, this requires skills. Hiss, 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 curse. Open and disappear. As the strange tone of Parseltongue sounded in the empty and dark old house, the black fog in front of Voldemort began to roll, as if it had some effect on the wrapped Resurrection Stone. And the rolling amplitude became larger and larger, and even a slight crackling sound came from it. However, everything was wrapped in the black fog, and the power of the curse was limited. After a while, the rolling amplitude of the black fog gradually decreased. A trace of relief and relaxation flashed across the wrinkled face of the infant version of Voldemort. Soon, the black fog dissipated, and the curse-free Resurrection Stone ring was on Voldemort's baby hand. He felt the cool and nourishing soul energy coming from the ring. Voldemort shuddered comfortably and absorbed it with all his strength to make up for the previous loss. The Resurrection Stone, as one of the Deathly Hallows, not only allows the living to see the phantom of the dead soul, but also has a nourishing effect on the soul. In particular, magic in the soul has a good amplification effect. For example, the Killing Curse. While Voldemort was making up for the loss, he seemed to think of something. He turned his head and glanced at Peter Pettigrew, who had stood up, and said coldly, "Go outside and wait for Barty Crouch Jr." Then, he continued to use the Resurrection Stone to restore his soul loss. After hearing what his master said, Peter Pettigrew responded loudly, then turned around and left carefully. Being next to his master, the psychological pressure is too great. Just like a rabbit standing next to a tiger, even if it is a seriously injured tiger, it will still be terrified and afraid. Voldemort, on the other hand, had no time to care about Peter Pettigrew. For him, the current situation was very bad. Dumbledore and the like need not be mentioned. They were old friends. There was danger, but it was not too big. The most troublesome thing was that another him was resurrected. That's right. When the other party's resurrection ceremony started, he clearly sensed the split of the soul. According to the original rules when casting the Horcruxes, no matter which Horcrux he was resurrected through, he would gather the memory and magic power in the dark and transform it into the main body again. The other Horcruxes would fall into a deep sleep, and as before, they would serve as the medium of resurrection. In other words, whichever soul fragment in the Horcrux was resurrected, it would be the complete version of him. But now it was different. One of the soul fragments forcibly severed the connection with the main body in some unknown way. Therefore, after the other party was resurrected, the other Horcruxes did not fall into a deep sleep according to the original plan. Instead, because of the split of the soul, it further stimulated the awakening of the soul and weakened it. Now, there was one of him who had been resurrected, and another one in the Horcrux state, waiting to be resurrected. This situation was far beyond his expectations. With his wisdom, he naturally knew the final result. There can only be one of the two. Devour or be devoured, choose one of the two. And he, of course, had no intention of becoming food. The only way to survive was to be resurrected. The sooner he resurrected, the greater his chances of survival. Now, he was just waiting for Barty Crouch Jr. outside the old gaunt house. Peter Pettigrew stood outside, staring at the moon in the sky, and exhaled lightly. He was really frightened by the state of his master just now. However, he had made a great contribution this time, so he didn't ask for much reward, as long as there was no punishment. Now, Sirius outside was chasing him like a mad dog. Only by being with his master could he be safer. However, why did he always feel that he had forgotten something? At this moment, suddenly, a faint golden light flashed in Peter Pettigrew's eyes, and the depths of his soul seemed to sense the safety at the moment, and a golden dragon magic mark slowly emerged. The hidden memories began to be released, and a large amount of information poured into his heart. Mentor Peggy Carter. Agent training hidden beside Voldemort. Guide the opposition. I remembered it. He remembered it. A hint of bitterness appeared on Peter Pettigrew's face. He was captured by his real master Lockhart and sent for professional undercover training. Later, he was worried that he would reveal a flaw in Voldemort's absorption of divine thoughts, so he sealed his memory and made guidance. Everything went as planned. He found Voldemort, who was still in the state of a Horcrux, and helped him possess the baby and help him contact Barty Crouch Jr. When he thought of Barty Crouch Jr., Peter Pettigrew's whole body turned cold. Barty Crouch Jr. was still alive. This news was told to him by Lockhart, and he was naturally very surprised at the time. Later, he was also captured. Barty Crouch Jr. was different from him. This guy has regarded Voldemort as a belief, and no matter how he tortured him, he never gave up betraying Voldemort. Result: when he thought of Barty Crouch Jr.'s will being distorted, and his soul being thoroughly cleansed, he couldn't help but shudder. Sure enough, we should know when to act. Staying alive is the most important thing. But, while Peter Pettigrew was thinking, a black light flashed on the flat ground not far away, and a young figure in a black wizard robe emerged. It was Barty Crouch Jr. Peter, what's the situation now? Barty Crouch Jr. asked expressionlessly, carrying a package like a robot. Everything is normal, as planned, Peter whispered. After hearing this, Barty Jr. nodded lightly without any reason, and looked at Peter. Seeing this, he naturally knew it, and after a simple reminder, he took the lead, and walked towards the gaunt old house. Barty Crouch Jr. followed closely behind him. As he walked, his eyes and face began to change gradually. His eyes were filled with enthusiasm for Voldemort, and his face also showed a trace of excitement called madness. Feeling that Barty Jr. had changed behind him, Peter showed a trace of fear on his face. If he hadn't cooperated, he would probably be like a puppet with no emotions and only new orders. Fortunately, Voldemort needs a living person to control and influence him. He still has value. The thought flashed through his mind, and Peter took Barty Jr. to Voldemort's location according to the route just now. Not long after, Barty Crouch Jr. saw Voldemort in a baby state, holding the Resurrection Stone. Master, everything is brought. Barty Crouch Jr. opened the package when he saw Voldemort, and said in a fanatical voice, "When do we start the ceremony? I will protect your resurrection with my life." Voldemort saw Barty Jr. at this moment, and nodded with satisfaction. Compared with Peter, this waste, Barty Jr. is still reliable. It's worth asking him to prepare the materials for resurrection. Here it will be. Voldemort nodded and said. He naturally had a reason to choose the old house. In addition to the large number of curses and traps outside that can be used as defense, the Resurrection Stone, as a key medium, will further restore his original power. And here, it is also very suitable to perform the ceremony. Hearing what Voldemort said, Barty Crouch Jr. opened the package and took out a lot of materials and items from it. Barty Crouch placed a huge tongs pot in the middle of the floor. Whoosh! As Barty Crouch waved his wand, a large amount of water began to emerge from the inside of the tongs pot, and a blue flame rose from the bottom. Soon, the water began to boil, and the steam became thicker and thicker. At the same time, Barty Crouch waved his wand again, and a large amount of materials flew into the tongs pot. As the boiling water began to melt, the liquid inside gradually turned silver gray. Then, Barty took 2 steps back, raised his wand high, closed his eyes, and chanted loudly. Father's bones, donated unintentionally, can make your son immortal. Puff! A piece of dead man's dry bone fell into the tongs pot. In an instant, as if some violent reaction had occurred, the liquid began to bubble, and gradually turned blue. After a while, seeing that the liquid gradually returned to calm, Barty Crouch chanted again loudly. Servant's flesh, donated voluntarily, can make your master reborn. Peter Pettigrew, who was standing next to him, seemed to have known it for a long time. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, walked in front of the tongs pot, and cut off a piece of his finger. The finger dropped into the tongs pot, and the originally calm blue liquid began to churn again, with a large number of bubbles bubbling out. At the same time, the color gradually changed to a conspicuous red. Then the blood of your enemies, forced to give, can revive your enemies. Chapter 431 Resurrection Ceremony, The Changes of the Elders Council. Gulp. Gulp. As Barty Crouch Jr. poured a tube of scarlet blood into the tongs pot, the fiery red liquid that was constantly churning in the tongs pot changed color again. This time, it turned into dark green. A majestic breath of life rose, and every burst of the bubbles in the tongs pot seemed to further release the ritual. And Peter Pettigrew, who was standing not far away, looked at the dark green liquid in the tongs pot, and a strong temptation arose in his heart. It was the desire from the instinct of life. Not enough. When he felt the cold gaze of his master, his whole body went cold, and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at it again. Waste. Voldemort looked at Barty Crouch Jr., who was also standing next to the tongs pot, and remained calm, and cursed in his heart. Sure enough, loyalty is compared. Then, Voldemort looked at the resurrection ceremony that had been formed, and regret and unwillingness flashed across his face. According to his original plan, using Harry Potter's blood would achieve the best effect. Of course, Dumbledore's was not bad either. But now the situation does not allow him to be picky. If he doesn't revive, he might not even have a chance. Therefore, he can only use the blood of Aurora Laster Moody, who bit the Death Eater like a mad dog before. Only he, with his inner hatred, can be considered an enemy. This is also the main task of Barty Crouch Jr. It is impossible for Peter Pettigrew, a waste, to do it. When he thought of this, Voldemort felt more unwilling, angry, and crazy. They actually forced him to admit that such an ant was an enemy. Damn it. Damn it. The anger was rising, and his reason seemed to be affected again. Moody must die, his bones must be crushed to ashes, and his soul must be tortured forever. However, Voldemort's suppressed reason soon returned. Looking at the dark green liquid in the tongs in front of him, he did not hesitate, controlled himself, and fell into it like a baby. Then whoosh. The dark green flame rose, but Barty Crouch Jr. and Pettigrew around him did not feel any hot feeling. Instead, there was a kind of coolness, as if some strange energy in the surrounding space was attracted and focused on the flames. Barty Crouch sensed the changes around him, and a pale golden dragon magic mark quietly appeared on his arm covered by his sleeves. The mark flickered slightly, as if collecting all the progress and changes of the resurrection ceremony. This was the task assigned by his real master Lockhart. This ceremony was of vital importance, and Master Lockhart specifically emphasized it. Soon, whoosh, the dark green flame quickly rose to more than a person's height. Everyone present could feel a strange and powerful aura gathering. The next moment, bang, 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 the tongs shattered and splashed everywhere, and the dark green flame suddenly disappeared. A figure emerged at the original position. His whole body was smooth, revealing an evil pale skin, and his eyes were red like a demon, emitting an evil and dark aura. Of course, his most prominent feature was his noselessness. Master, these are your clothes and wand. Barty Crouch lowered his head and respectfully raised the black wizard robe and wand in his hands. Whoosh. The breeze passed by, and the black wizard robe quietly attached to Voldemort's body. Feeling the U-wand in his hand and the powerful force surging from his body, Voldemort nodded slightly. But there was no joy on his face. That's right, compared with his heyday, he has only recovered about 60% to 70%. On the one hand, it is the flaw of the ritual, and on the other hand, it is another him who splits the power. But fortunately, as long as there are enough resources, there is still hope for recovery. Of course, if he can devour the other party, then he will be strong again, even stronger than Dumbledore. When he thought of this, Voldemort's scarlet eyes surged with greed. This time, it is a crisis, but also an opportunity. Swallow him and become the only one, and the world will be controlled by him again. Pure Blood Elders Council, meeting room. Everyone, the Dark Lord sent someone to say that he has been wanting to meet with us. Justo, Frank said uneasily. The attitude is a bit tough, even threatening. What should our Elders Council do next? Hearing what Justo said, the wizards of the Pure Blood families fell silent. In the previous battle with Lockhart, they lost and paid a lot of resources. Now they are in the stage of licking their wounds. Of course, to put it in a better way, that is, to watch the path Lockhart takes next, wait for the opportunity, and accumulate strength. When the time is right, strike hard. This is what they have been doing for thousands of years. Not being able to beat him now does not mean that there will be no chance in the future, especially when Grindelwald pops up again. It is obvious to the naked eye that the future will never be stable, and chaos is the theme. Under such circumstances, after completing the transaction with Lockhart, their elders fell into silence. And now, the appearance of Voldemort has disrupted their plans. What do you think? Vlad Travers, president of the elders, said lightly. Find an opportunity to unite with the Dark Lord and avenge Lockhart. A wizard from a pure blood family asked tentatively. Why don't we see what the Dark Lord wants to pay first? Some wizards who were agitated confided. No, I think it's too dangerous now. The Dark Lord is the source of trouble. Don't get involved in their affairs. A wizard sitting in the front said with some fear. Yes, as long as you don't participate, you will never lose. Some wizards agreed, safety first. Vlad Travers listened to the discussion of the crowd, neither affirming nor denying, just listening silently. He had to admit a reality. He was defeated by Lockhart, and could not beat the Dark Lord. Dumbledore was even more so. As for Grindelwald, hey, although his strength has also entered the top ranks, he made the wrong choice. He is likely to become a sacrifice before the war. After all, weakness is the original sin. His experience told him so, and he believed it. The Dark Lord seems to be a little different this time. Justo Frank raised his voice. Then, Vlad fixed his eyes on the other party. He seems not as crazy as before, more rational, and even has a hint of elegance in his behavior. It feels to me like he was the student union president in Hogwarts many years ago. Hearing this, Vlad's expression moved, and he asked for the first time, Justo, can you guarantee that your description is accurate? President, I can guarantee this. I saw the Dark Lord's state with my own eyes. Justo said affirmatively. Then, after hesitating for a moment, he spoke again. But, President, the feeling the Dark Lord gave me is very different from before. Moreover, during his previous communication with us, there is one thing we need to be cautious about. At this point, he paused, as if organizing his words and objectively describing what he saw. This time, he didn't talk to us about the status of pure blood in the bloodline of wizards. The philosophy he talked to us about was more inclined to, the strong are on top and the weak are on the bottom. I think this change should also be considered. Justo said cautiously. In the past, when the Dark Lord recruited them, he emphasized the maintenance of the bloodline of wizards and the status and class of pure blood. Now it's different, which makes him feel vaguely uneasy. In this case, I want to meet with the Dark Lord and have a chat, Vlad said in a calm tone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432, Fanatical Werewolf Fenrir, Hogwarts, School Infirmary, Lockhart. Tom has performed well in all areas, but his most impressive performance is in his research on the dark arts. Sloan said in a deep voice, while lying on the hospital bed and taking a bite of a bright red apple. I have to say that he is the most talented person in the dark arts that I have ever seen in my life. Better than Dumbledore, Sloan added. After hearing this, Lockhart, who was standing by, took a sip of the water in his glass and said calmly, "Don't worry, Professor Horace. With Dumbledore and I here, we will definitely ensure your safety." After hearing this, Sloan sighed and said nothing. Compared with Dumbledore and Lockhart, he was more familiar with Tom's strength and ruthlessness, and had a deeper impression of him. After all, he had split his soul several times on his own initiative. How could he do that if he was not a ruthless person? Moreover, the instability of the soul would increase Voldemort's power in the dark arts. Not enough, with his personality, he naturally wouldn't say anything more, so he took the initiative to change the subject, and asked with some curiosity, "Lockhart, I heard that you are going to open a new school. Congratulations. But has the location of the new school been decided?" He heard that this decision was agreed by the Wizengamot, and the Ministry of Magic even agreed to allow Lockhart to enroll students from Muggles. He couldn't help but be curious. Although Lockhart was indeed talented during his teaching time, his current results were far beyond his expectations. After hearing this, Lockhart nodded and said happily, "Of course, Professor Horace. I've already decided on the location. We'll prepare to build a new school in the near future. When the time comes, Professor Horace, you must attend the opening ceremony of the new school." In response, Sloan nodded without hesitation and said, "Of course, this is the second school in the British wizarding world after Hogwarts. Although it's a school for squibs, it still can't be missed." After saying that, Sloan deliberately lowered his voice and asked jokingly, "Will Dumbledore attend? I remember that, although your school targets squibs, it will not exclude wizards if they want to participate. In that case, will Hogwarts be under pressure when your school starts recruiting students?" At the end, there was a sense of watching a good show. "If my school can make Hogwarts feel pressured, that would be great," Lockhart said with a smile. "Since Professor Horace said so, I will work towards this goal. Strive to surpass Hogwarts in teaching level." Hearing this, Sloan also smiled. He certainly thought Lockhart was joking. After all, how could a newly opened school want to surpass Hogwarts, which has a history of thousands of years? "Professor Horace, when you have the chance, you must come to my school to teach potions. Your level is well known." Sloan laughed at Lockhart's invitation. "Of course, I will definitely go, if I have the chance." Then, he changed the subject again and started talking about meditation and potions. Let him teach at Lockhart's school. It's a joke. The outside world is so tense. Hogwarts is safer with Dumbledore anyway. Not to mention, what kind of foundation does a newly built school have? It may not even have all the potion materials. And the students are all some squibs at the bottom of society. No matter how you look at it, this school has no future. Well, he is very realistic. When Lockhart saw Slughorn change the subject, he smiled and started a new topic. His school lacks top talents in various fields. Potions is no exception. Late at night, Nocturne Alley. The moonlight fell on the slightly dirty ground of Nocturne Alley, unlike the strange reflections, plus the strange noises coming from time to time around. It seemed a bit weird. At this moment, on a small road in Nocturne Alley, wizards in tattered black robes and pale faces walked towards a certain location. Sometimes they looked at each other and seemed to sense a familiar breath. But they didn't say much. Just quickened their pace. Woo. A wolf howl sounded, and these wizards who were on the road looked a little nervous after hearing it, and they sped up again. Soon, they entered a room at the end. The interior of the room was very spacious, and it was obvious that a space extension spell was cast. A large number of wizards in simple clothes gathered together. All of them focused their eyes on the platform in front of them, a man wearing a black leather jacket, and with a ferocious face. He was the werewolf leader, Fenrir Greyback. Woo. Not long after, seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Fenrir howled like a wolf, as if reminding everyone to be quiet. Then, Fenrir stood on the platform and stretched out his right arm. Under the gaze of many werewolves, his right arm gradually changed into grey hair and sharp claws. This is a wolf's claw. Fenrir waved his wolf's claw and shouted loudly, "You are all my people. This world is malicious to us werewolves. We are innocent, but we cannot have a decent job, and we are discriminated against by wizards all the time. Why is this? Why?" At this point, Fenrir waved his wolf's claw vigorously, asking questions one after another. When all the werewolves heard this, their emotions began to fluctuate, and their eyes began to turn red. I'll tell you, the reason is very simple. It's because we werewolves are weak. Weakness is the original sin. Fenrir said heavily, if we unite together and have great power, how dare wizards discriminate against us? It's not our fault that we turned into wolves at the full moon. Our fault is that we are not united enough and did not show our strength to the wizards. At this point, Fenrir's tone began to change, becoming more excited, more fanatical, and more tempting. Now, we have a chance. The Great Dark Lord needs us, and we will have the opportunity to reshape the status of werewolves. Let every werewolf no longer be discriminated against, and let every werewolf walk in the sun openly. Let every werewolf marry, have children, and enjoy education like normal wizards. Hearing this, the werewolves began to get excited, and some grey hair began to appear on their faces or bodies. They were fed up with the discrimination of wizards. They dared not meet their relatives, did not have a proper job, lived in a shabby house, and even their children could not buy wands, let alone enjoy education. Like a beggar. Fenrir saw the excitement of the crowd, and did not hesitate. He took advantage of the atmosphere and shouted loudly, "Now, let us meet the Great Dark Lord." Whoosh! A flash of black light appeared, and Voldemort appeared on the platform. Black wizard robes, dark green smooth skin, scarlet eyes, and a murderous aura. It was the original Voldemort. Chapter 433, A New Age of Wizards, An Age of Chaos. Malfoy Manor, Reception Room. The handsome Voldemort sat at the table, gracefully fiddling with his wand, and looking calmly at the president of the Presbyterian Church, Vlad Travers. Feeling Voldemort's calm gaze, Vlad was not nervous at all, but a little surprised. Sure enough, it was just as Justo said. The returning Dark Lord was indeed a little different. The Dark Lord more than a decade ago, although he also maintained a certain degree of rationality, was more crazy and extremely greedy. But now, he actually felt the calm emotions of Voldemort. The desire may still exist, but it is well hidden. Your Excellency the Dark Lord, I heard that you want to see our Presbyterian Church. I wonder what's going on. Vlad spoke first, breaking the silence. Oh, really? Tom said calmly, I thought you would continue to hide like before. Wait until everything is over before you stand up and stand behind the winner. Hearing this, Vlad showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, but it disappeared. Indeed, this is the style of their Presbyterian church. If it weren't for the fact that the elders had been affected this time, they couldn't hide any longer. I'm afraid that everything would be just as Voldemort said. Well, damn Lockhart, Dumbledore, and the Dark Lord. 3 people, 2 forces, all came to find him. If they don't stand up now, I'm afraid the elders will be the first to sacrifice. Especially when they lose to Lockhart. Well, if they haven't lost, then there is still room for negotiation. If they lose, the real side will be revealed, and there will be no room for retreat. Dark Lord, I heard that you seem to be very interested in curse contract magic this time. Vlad changed the subject and told the news he had found out. In this regard, our elders have some precious books and have also done some research on this. I hope these materials can be of some help to you. As he said, Vlad took out his wand and tapped it lightly on the table. In a flash, several thick books of different colors appeared on the table. Each book exudes a certain magic, some are full of order, and some exude the smell of evil. Obviously, most of them belong to the magic of contracts or curses. Looking at these books, Voldemort's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand to put them away. Then, a hint of relief appeared on his face. After all, the other party was very sensible. Vlad, this time, I believe that, if we join forces, we will definitely bring a bright future to the wizarding world. Voldemort said calmly, gently and with a hint of temptation. I have found the key to the new era. Hearing this, Vlad, who originally wanted to interrupt Voldemort's solicitation, was obviously attracted. A hint of doubt appeared on his face. The key to the new era. What is it? Do you know what Grindelwald is doing now? Voldemort did not answer directly, but dragged Grindelwald. I believe you should also know that Grindelwald has come out. What for? Vlad asked subconsciously. He is paving the way for the arrival of a new era. He wants to be the leader, and the controller. For this reason, he has occupied the Alvermorny School in the United States. Hearing what Voldemort said, Vlad couldn't help swallowing his saliva. If this news is released, the entire wizarding world will be shocked. Grindelwald, what is he trying to do? Want to start another world war? Vlad thought with some horror in his heart. Dark Lord, what is the key to the new era you are talking about? Vlad hesitated and asked. He felt as if he had taken the initiative to walk into Voldemort's trap. Actually, you have seen it too. Voldemort fiddled with his wand and chuckled. It's just that your arrogant attitude always makes you ignore everything on the surface. Hearing this, Vlad frowned and said tentatively, are you talking about meditation? His tone was full of doubts, and his face was puzzled. Let the newspapers blow it up. After all, exaggeration itself is their routine. But a Dark Lord also believes what is said in the newspaper. Isn't it a bit too fake? Yes. As if knowing what Vlad was thinking, Voldemort said calmly, what the newspaper said was even an understatement. According to my personal analysis, meditation will usher in a new era, an era that subverts our imagination. Just as the ancient wizards developed the magic wand, the law of secrecy appeared in the wizarding world. A magnificent era will soon be opened. Hearing this, Vlad's hands trembled. If an ordinary wizard said such a thing, he might take it as a joke. But Voldemort spoke, and Grindelwald's actions made him believe it. However, he remembered very clearly that the ancient wizards developed the magic wand and opened an era of conquest and killing of various alien races. The emergence of the law of secrecy was also an order built by a group of top wizards through a large number of killings. According to this, the future will be chaotic, and killing is inevitable, and it will even be greater. But, is a meditation method really that serious? Sir Dark Lord, it's not that I don't want to believe you. Vlad said in a slightly hoarse voice, it's just that this matter is really of great importance to us. If it is true, then the elders must rethink. When Voldemort saw Vlad's reaction, his mouth curled up slightly, and he said calmly, I don't know how much you have studied meditation, but I believe Grindelwald should have seen the future brought by meditation. Hearing Grindelwald again, Vlad's heart jumped suddenly. He had experienced the era when the first generation of Dark Lord Grindelwald was rampant. He also knew Grindelwald's ability to predict. He couldn't help but believe what Voldemort said before, and continued to listen with a serious expression. According to the results of my analysis, what Lockhart, the founder of meditation, said can basically be confirmed to be true, and even more exaggerated. Voldemort narrowed his eyes and said, apart from anything else, he and Lockhart had a very deep understanding of meditation during this period of time. Moreover, during this period, he also discussed with Lockhart the possible impact of meditation, even some of Lockhart's previous words and opinions. There are also his results. And, there is one thing he may not have said clearly, or he dare not say it. Hearing this, Vlad subconsciously held his breath. The universality of meditation may break, or will definitely break, the statute of secrecy. As a Muggle government with a huge number of Muggles, it will definitely master the power of magic through meditation. The order of the wizarding world will be reconstructed. A new order can only be established through new chaos and new killings. Hearing this, Vlad's breathing became a little rapid, and he quickly retorted, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There is the Ministry of Magic, the Wizengamot, and the Statute of Secrecy. Even if meditation allows Muggles to master magic, they will never let magic leak into the Muggle world. This is absolutely impossible. Vlad shook his head, as if he wanted to throw Voldemort's alarmist words out of his mind. After he finished his rebuttal, Voldemort looked into his brown, slightly turbid eyes and said calmly, Vlad, in the past, magic relied on wizard blood, so the Ministry of Magic could regulate it, and it was good to regulate it. No matter how well Muggles mastered magic, they could not change it. But in the future, the foundation of magic is meditation. Wizard blood is not worth mentioning under the impact of a large number of Muggles. At this point, Voldemort smiled coldly, and said in a cold tone, also, there is one thing I didn't tell you. Meditation has the possibility of helping us break through the bottleneck. However, meditation is in its infancy now, and we need experimental subjects to help us improve meditation. Therefore, Dumbledore dare not say, but for me, for Grindelwald, for Lockhart, and even for you in the future, we will take the initiative to promote meditation into the Muggle world. Through a large number of Muggle experimental subjects, we will embark on a path to the highest level of magic. A possibility described by Voldemort made Vlad feel confused, because he made a sad discovery. With his personality, if meditation really has the possibility of allowing him to break through the bottleneck again, and gain a more permanent life, he really would do it. Not only him, but the entire Elder Council would probably do the same. Self-sacrifice has never been their thing. Trampling on everything for the sake of profit is their character. Vlad, join me. I will take you to the pulse of the new era, and control your true destiny. Voldemort looked into the other's eyes, and stretched out his hand to make an invitation gesture. When Vlad, who was in a state of confusion, saw this, he closed his eyes, calmed himself down, and thought about the decision seriously. Soon, he opened his eyes and said calmly, the Dark Lord will go down. The Elder Council is honored to cooperate with you. But we have a condition. You say. Voldemort retracted his hand and asked lightly. Kill Lockhart. Vlad said harshly, his previous behavior has already caused an irreconcilable hatred with the Elder Council. Besides, he is the founder of the meditation method. I believe that he still exists, and he is also a threat to you. This is a win-win condition. Hearing this, Voldemort had a blank expression on his face, as if he was thinking. He wanted Lockhart to die more than anyone else. But he had to wait until he broke the contract and untied the mark before he could say anything. Okay, I promise you. Voldemort nodded and said meaningfully, don't worry, someone will kill Lockhart for us next. England, the coast. Standing on the beach beside the coast, Lockhart looked at the endless blue sea and said in a deep voice, Snape, with your status, you should know the effects of the treasures of the four founders of Hogwarts, right? Snape on the side paused, as if organizing his words, and then slowly said, Gryffindor's sword has extremely strong magic breaking and lethal power. Ravenclaw's crown is said to enlighten the wisdom of wizards, and help them master the creation of magic. Slytherin's locket can play a very strong auxiliary role in souls and curses. As for Hufflepuff's gold cup, it is said that Hufflepuff incorporates the power of space into it. Hearing this, Lockhart smiled and asked again, then do you know what is the most important thing in choosing a school site? In this regard, Snape did not hesitate at all and said in a deep voice, resources. The most important thing is resources. In addition to having abundant magic power, the most important thing for Hogwarts is the abundant resources provided by the neighboring Forbidden Forest. And this is the case with Durmstrang, Alvermorny and other colleges. They all have their own resource cultivation sites. For a magic school, if all magic materials are purchased with gold galleons, it is easy to spend more than income. So, sufficient resources are crucial. Snape said affirmatively. Then, he set his sights on Lockhart. Lockhart must understand this truth. And now that he came here, the only answer was Snape. What do you think of the resource secret realm of Kamar-Taj? It is absolutely top-notch. Snape said with some nostalgia. I have to say, it is a paradise for wizards. A huge amount of materials, and minimal danger. If I can go in again, it will be perfect. Hearing this, Lockhart's face floated with a faint smile, and he said word by word. Then, how about we also build a wizard secret realm? After hearing this, Snape looked at Lockhart in surprise, and asked in disbelief, are you sure? This is not as simple as casting a space extension spell. No one in the wizarding world today has mastered such technology, not even Dumbledore. Facing Snape's shock, Lockhart said calmly, what about the Supreme Sorcerer? It's possible that the Supreme Sorcerer will come in person. Snape analyzed calmly, but with your personality, it's absolutely impossible for you to let the Supreme Sorcerer come to the wizarding world. Even if the Supreme Sorcerer tells you the corresponding method. Are you sure you can do it? I remember you said before that it was built by the Dimensional Demon. He entered the resource secret realm of Kamar-Taj with Lockhart, and he knew a lot of relevant information. I didn't say it was as big as the one built by the Supreme Sorcerer. Lockhart waved his hand and said, I still have some self-knowledge. But I think I'm confident that I can build a school secret realm that can accommodate thousands of people. Is there anything you need me to do? Snape said in a deep voice. Lockhart called him over and said these words. There is no doubt that there must be something for him to do, and it is related to the establishment of the secret realm. But Lockhart did not answer directly, but continued with what he had just said. I have consulted the Supreme Sorcerer about the method of constructing the secret realm, and there is no problem with that. As for the treasures that support the secret realm, although I don't have the body of the Dimensional Demon, I have made some preparations. As he spoke, Lockhart waved his hand. In front of the two of them, a blue ball of light and a golden cup shining with golden light appeared. This is part of the power condensed by the Cosmic Cube and the Hufflepuff's golden cup. Chapter 434, Creating a Secret Wizarding Realm, The Cursed Voldemort. The sea breeze blew gently, and there was a shadow of a small island not far away. The waves hit the shore, and seagulls flew freely in the sky. Everything was so comfortable and peaceful. The only surprising thing was that there were almost no people on this golden beach. No, to be precise, there were only two figures. Then, the space around the two figures was distorted, and this distortion began to spread outward. The figures were shaking, the vision was distorted, and everything seemed to be gradually mosaicked, and began to become blurred. The core of the space distortion was the light ball with blue light in front of the two people. Feeling the majestic space power in the light ball again, Snape's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. Lockhart, what is the origin of this cosmic cube? Snape recalled the situation of the New York War, and couldn't help asking. I heard Rogers mention that relying on this cosmic cube alone, he opened up a space teleportation wormhole of countless light years. And since there is no sign of weakening, Snape, there are many things in the new world that are far beyond your imagination. Lockhart said leisurely. For example, the cosmic cube is a symbol of the space of the new world. Controlling it means controlling the power of space. Hearing this, Snape suddenly realized that it was the same as the Deathly Hallows. It is said that, as long as you get the Deathly Hallows, you can control the power of death. The rumors are so exaggerated. Then, I heard, let's put it this way, the Supreme Sorcerer has mastered the Time Stone. So he can crush those dimensional demons like nothing. The Cosmic Cube and the Time Stone are treasures of the same level. If you can really master the space stone, it won't be a problem to create another Kamar-Taj. Hearing this, Snape looked at the azure-like ball with strong fluctuations in front of him, and swallowed his saliva. He knew how powerful Kamar-Taj was, and with the cosmic cube, he was able to reach such a level. At this moment, he regretted that the cosmic cube was in front of him. If he could obtain it. As if he knew Snape's inner thoughts, Lockhart joked, "I'm talking about truly mastering the space stone. It's not like S.H.I.E.L.D. uses the cosmic cube as an energy source. In the end, it almost destroyed itself." The last person who was recognized and mastered by the cosmic cube was most likely Odin, the god king of Asgard. The Rainbow Bridge is a product that borrowed from the cosmic cube. Wait until you reach the same level, then you can hope to control the cosmic cube. At this point, Lockhart couldn't help but sigh. Such a treasure, if you don't have the strength to protect it, it will be a life-threatening thing. The Space Stone and the Mind Stone were both in his hands, but he didn't take them. On the one hand, he didn't get the recognition of the gems. But more importantly, he didn't want to face the hostility of God King Odin and Thanos. If that's the case, then he can only hide behind the Supreme Sorcerer to save his life, and can't do anything else. That's too troublesome. Well, for now, the way to obtain the Time Stone is the most reliable. With the thought in his mind, Lockhart continued to focus on this crystal condensed by a huge amount of space power. The cosmic cube was in his hands, and although he eventually returned it to Asgard, but he would never miss the opportunity to get some. This space crystal was condensed by extracting a large amount of high-quality space power from the cosmic cube, and the method of building a wizard's secret realm obtained from the Supreme Sorcerer. Space power is indispensable. Ding. Lockhart gently tapped the blue glowing space crystal with his wand. With a crisp sound, almost instantly, a majestic space force spread all around. Lockhart stood in the middle, waving his wand, and silver white silk threads began to emerge in the air as the wand moved. The surrounding space began to fluctuate gradually, as if attracted by these silver white threads that spontaneously condensed. Soon, each silver white thread began to emit a strong spatial fluctuation. Under the guidance of Lockhart's wand, these spatial threads began to intertwine and entangle. A huge, complex, and mysterious silver white pattern began to emerge in the air. More and more complex spatial fluctuations spread to the surroundings. Snape could see with his naked eyes that the space was changing at the position of each silver white spatial thread, and the mountains, oceans, land and other scenes seemed to be constantly intertwined. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At some point, the wind gradually increased, and a strong wind came. Lockhart stood in the middle, waving his wand, feeling the breath of the strong wind, water vapor, sunlight, soil and everything else. As the wand was waved, it condensed upwards. Gradually, the huge silver white pattern above his head was gradually dyed with other colors. There was gold like the sun, blue like the ocean, yellow like the soil, and green like the forest. At this moment, it was full of vitality. Snape stood aside, staring at the threads of various colors floating above him, his mouth slightly open subconsciously, his face full of shock. The world, he just seemed to feel the breath of the world opening. It was a shock beyond his common sense. At this moment, he looked at Lockhart with more and more complicated eyes. Now Lockhart has surpassed his cognition. At this moment, Lockhart was not interested in paying attention to Snape's emotional changes. He was now concentrating on adjusting the spatial threads above that symbolized various meanings. Constructing a secret realm. To put it bluntly, it is to imitate a miniature world. And the most important thing about a world is naturally space. He did not have the strength of the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, who directly killed a dimensional demon and used his dimension to construct a secret realm. What he could do was to use the massive space power obtained from the cosmic cube to construct a secret realm. Of course, space power alone is not enough. A secret realm must have people, plants, and animals living in it, and even gather magic power. These are impossible for Lockhart to accomplish alone with his current strength. However, with the help of the power of the world itself, that is another story. The sun, the ocean, the land, life and other symbols merged into the power of space as Lockhart waved his wand. They became the cornerstone of the secret realm. Time passed by minute, and Snape stood by and watched greedily the changes in the rune pattern above. With each change, he could obtain some of the mysteries of magic and gain some insights. This feeling was really wonderful. It was as if, as long as he opened his mouth, food would be fed into his mouth. As a wizard and the dean of Slytherin College, his pursuit of magic was naturally stronger than others. But, after an unknown amount of time, the rune pattern above began to vibrate slightly, and the humming sound came into his ears. It seemed to indicate that he was already saturated. Lockhart naturally noticed it. He waved his wand again, and a Hufflepuff's golden cup floated in front of Lockhart. A secret realm needs a core. The core of the magician's secret realm is the dimensional demon. As for the core of Lockhart's construction of the secret realm, he naturally chose the top treasure in his hand, Hufflepuff's golden cup. This is the product of the highest attainments of the top wizard Hufflepuff in the field of space. As the core, it is perfect. But, as Lockhart waved his wand, the golden cup began to tremble, and at the same time, it slowly floated upwards. As it got closer to the huge rune pattern above, the Hufflepuff golden cup began to shine with dazzling golden light. As if stimulated, a powerful magic hidden in it began to be released. At the same time, the strange rune pattern floating above the sky also began to change gradually. The core of the rune pattern in the middle began to expand actively, leaving a vacant space. Boom. When the golden cup entered the center of the rune pattern, it roared, and the surrounding space began to tremble, and a black space crack vaguely emerged. The next moment, the surrounding space, land, and ocean seemed to be swallowed up and disappeared in an instant. The beach disappeared abruptly, leaving a huge pit with a diameter of more than 10 miles, with most of the edges being some rocks or soil debris. The sudden disappearance of the seawater seemed to have caused some anomalies. But soon, the surrounding seawater began to make up for it and spread to the pit. The seawater rushed and soon covered the huge pit left behind, but the original coastline became closer. At this time, Lockhart and Snape's figures had long disappeared. At the same time, in a new secret realm, the beach, coast, and seawater that were originally swallowed up reappeared. Lockhart closed his eyes and felt the current state of the secret realm and nodded slightly. The prototype of the secret realm has been basically constructed, and it needs to be gradually improved later. For example, forests, land, and oceans cannot be created out of thin air one by one, and the cost is too high. Instead, they need to be obtained from the outside world. The current state of the secret realm, such as bones, heart, etc., is already complete. What is needed is to replenish flesh and blood. The secret realm needs to plunder more resources to further stabilize and develop. Then, Lockhart began to think about how to settle this future wizard secret realm. After a moment, a faint smile appeared on Lockhart's face, and the answer had already emerged in his mind. Then Lockhart waved his wand. The Hufflepuff cup, which had become the core of this miniature secret realm, appeared before his eyes again. Snape, I need you now. Lockhart stared at the Hufflepuff cup in front of him and said calmly. Snape, who was standing by, quickly came to his senses after hearing this. Lockhart called him over, so there must be something going on. Now it seems that it is time for him to take the stage. Lockhart, what do you need me to do? I need to use the Death Eater mark in your hand. He did not forget that the Hufflepuff cup was Voldemort's Horcrux, and there were fragments of his soul in it. He had never erased it, so it was naturally useful to keep it until now. For example, I need to use your Death Eater mark to cast a curse. Lockhart watched Snape lift up his sleeves, especially the Death Eater mark of a skull and snake intertwined on his arm, explaining, your Death Eater mark has the deepest connection with Voldemort among many Death Eaters. Naturally, the effect is the best. Hearing this, although Snape was full of doubts, he slowly nodded and didn't ask any more questions. That's right, he saw Voldemort before. Although his attitude was not good, he stood in the same camp with him. Naturally, he was not as worried and terrible about the Death Eater mark as usual. As Lockhart stretched out his wand and lightly touched the dark green Death Eater mark, magic power surged out from the wand. As the magic power flowed into the Death Eater mark, it seemed to stimulate it to a certain extent. The skull of the Death Eater mark on the arm began to open and close, and the snake tail underneath began to shake. It seemed to be struggling. Whoosh, whoosh. At some point, a cold and evil breath filled the vicinity of Lockhart. A large number of dark green lines appeared on the Hufflepuff's golden cup. Dark Lord Voldemort, I curse you. The soul is worn away. The magic power gradually disappears. The past sins are accumulated in the evil karma of the soul. Little Hangleton, Gaunt's old house. Voldemort number 2 sat cross-legged on the futon and began to meditate. What he meditated on was naturally the basic meditation method widely spread by Lockhart, the 9-element meditation method. Meditation method, as the most popular topic in recent times. Voldemort, who had just resurrected, would naturally not miss it. After getting the meditation method, with his vicious eyes, he naturally saw the changes and dangers that might be brought about by the meditation method. So, he began to study it. At the same time, Lockhart, the founder of the meditation method, had a strong curiosity in his heart. What kind of person can research such a terrifying thing as meditation method? It is simply subverting the order of wizards in the wizard world. If it were him, he would definitely ban the emergence of meditation method. However, at this moment, Voldemort's body was trembling, and he only felt that the distant place had some influence on his soul. However, it seems that everything seems to be changing in a good direction. Voldemort thought silently in his heart. Then, poof, a mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. Voldemort's face turned pale, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The magic fluctuations in his body began to change suddenly, as if it was affected by something. Damn, this is a curse. Voldemort said fiercely. Someone is locking my location through the Death Eater mark. The thought came to his mind, and Voldemort immediately began to wave his wand. One after another, the anti-spells appeared around, and then seemed to interfere or isolate. The black mist from the curse began to spread around, as if it was pursuing its target. After seeing this, Voldemort's face became ugly, but he still moved his wand and cast magic to isolate these curses. Damn, who is it? Could it be that Dumbledore is cursing me? Such a powerful curse must be used with an artifact that is very closely related to me. Not long after the thought came up, Voldemort's face changed. He seemed to have the answer in his mind. Horcrux. Someone used a Horcrux to curse me. The thought turned. The wand in his hand kept waving, and the majestic magic power was swayed. The soul began to communicate with the Horcrux in the dark, trying to find out which part had the problem. Then a crazy voice sounded in the old house. I saw it, Gilderoy Lockhart. I will make you live a life worse than death. Chapter 435 The Meeting of the Two Voldemorts. At night, Hogsmeade, the Hog's Head pub. The noisy conversations and the clinking of glasses interweave with each other, making it very lively. After a busy day, the stress of the day flows into the throat with the wine, and slowly dissipates under the effect of alcohol. The owner, Aberforth Dumbledore, wipes the wine glasses at the counter, and listens quietly to the exchanges of wizards at the wine table. Have you heard that the Death Eaters seem to be involved with those damn purebloods again? They should have been sent to Azkaban together that year. Shh, keep your voice down. Be careful not to let those purebloods hear it. It is said that Sirius has caught a lot of werewolves recently. Hey, it seems that werewolves are also involved with Death Eaters. I heard it. I don't know if it's true or not. It is said that the werewolves are related to the Dark Lord this time. Is it true or not? Isn't the Dark Lord dead? I don't know either. Anyway, I heard it from a friend. Hearing this, Aberforth, who was wiping the wine glass, suddenly paused, and then wiped it carefully again. His elder brother told him about the Dark Lord's reappearance. He even asked him to gather information at the Hog's Head Inn. However, for him, everything depends on fate. If he can gather it, he will gather it. If he can't, it doesn't matter. Well, I haven't heard from Ian recently. Isn't this kid studying with Lockhart? Why does he seem to have disappeared recently? After thinking about it carefully, Aberforth seemed to find that there seemed to be no news about the group of students recruited by Lockhart recently, just like Ian. Could it be that they are studying secretly somewhere? Do you know the name of the school run by Professor Lockhart? I think the Daily Prophet said it well, but it never gave the specific name. It's so mysterious. What professor? You should call him the principal. Yes, Principal Lockhart. Ha ha ha. Hearing the title of the principal, the wizards around laughed. I thought that only after Principal Dumbledore stepped down would there be a new principal, but I didn't expect that we have another principal of magic school in the UK. One of the old wizards laughed a few times and said with emotion, "That's right. For hundreds of years, there has only been one Hogwarts school. I thought it would be the same for hundreds of years to come." An old wizard at the same table took a sip of wine and was also quite emotional. What do you think Dumbledore's attitude will be? What attitude can he have? He hopes that Lockhart will come out to fight Grindelwald and the Dark Lord. After hearing this, Aberforth couldn't help but complain in his heart. His brother is calculating too much in his heart. He was alone before, and it was already very difficult. Now there is an extra Lockhart, which is just what he wants. Now who knows how he will calculate Lockhart to be hostile to Voldemort. And by the way, magnify the contradiction between Grindelwald and Lockhart. Aberforth thought silently in his heart. At the same time, he poured himself a glass of wine, took a sip, sighed lightly, and frowned, revealing a trace of worry. He had a strong premonition in his heart. Chaos is coming. Just like the war that Grindelwald started around the world to destroy the Statute of Secrecy, and just like the endless killing that Voldemort started to build a new pure blood order. This time, Grindelwald and Voldemort appeared at the same time. Either of them is very difficult. If they join forces again, I don't know what kind of shocking waves will be set off. He, as the owner of the Hog's Head Inn and Dumbledore's younger brother, how could he escape the whirlpool of the future? Some weird things have happened recently. I wonder if you have heard about it? A young wizard suddenly drank a glass of wine and seemed to show off. After hearing this, the wizard opposite understood his friend's character very well, so he asked very cooperatively, "Could it be that you are talking about the disappearance of werewolves?" "No, guess again." "The goblins in Gringotts have started an internal fight." The wizard guessed again. "It is said that some goblins in Gringotts are shouting slogans of equality for goblins and asking for salary increases. To be honest, this matter is still very eye-catching and quite weird." "No, you guessed wrong again. Guess again." The young wizard on the opposite side shook his head and said with some pride, "Just tell me, I can't guess it anymore. You are always the most informed." Hearing the wizard's helpless tone, the young wizard showed a mysterious smile on his face. At this moment, Aberforth, who was not far away, also pricked up his ears and heard quietly, "Then I tell you, this matter is still witnessed by me, otherwise I would not dare to believe it is true. Recently, a magical creature that devours the land has appeared in the wizarding world. It is said that every time he emerges, the land within a radius of 3 kilometers will be swallowed up and disappear. Originally I thought this matter was a lie, a rumor. But last night, I saw with my own eyes a forest disappear in front of me." At this point, the young wizard showed a look of fear on his face. "It is said that there are many elves living in that forest, but they all disappeared. If I hadn't been lucky, I'm afraid someone else would have been drinking in front of you today." Hearing this, Aberforth in the distance began to frown. How come he hadn't heard of the magical creature that devours the land? Could it be that he should ask Newt? To be honest, he is not very proficient in neural biology. Maybe it really exists. Thinking of this, he thought of writing a letter to Newt to ask. Well, it would be better if there is such a magical creature, and it must not be a conspiracy of the Dark Lord. At this moment, in the forbidden forest behind Hogwarts, Lockhart stood in the air, and the ball-eating bird Gugu shrank its body and stood on Lockhart's shoulder. He stared at the green velvet grass in front of him with eager eyes. "Gugu, Gugu. Green velvet is a good thing. It must be brought to the secret realm and cultivated well." Well, this was one of its favorite foods before. Back then, Lockhart caught him with the green velvet. When Lockhart heard Gugu's cry, he gently stroked Gugu's furry head and nodded helplessly. I'm afraid that Gugu's habit of eating is difficult to change. Then, he began to close his eyes and began to communicate with the secret realm. There is an advantage in using the Hufflepuff Gold Cup as the core of the secret realm. That is, the secret realm can move with him. Of course, the position must be fixed in the later stage. However, even after it is fixed, the power of the Hufflepuff Gold Cup can be used to quickly build a transmission channel. In other words, the secret realm can be reached through the portal all over the world. This is a great invisible benefit for the students of the school. This seems to be more than a little bit better than Hogwarts. The idea emerged in his mind. After Lockhart felt the call of the secret realm, he began to spread his mental power to check if there was anything abnormal around him. He came to the Forbidden Forest, not to play. He needs to use the rich creatures in the Forbidden Forest to improve the ecosystem in the secret realm. In other words, it is to build a small Forbidden Forest as a training place for wizard students later, or a resource cultivation site. You know, Hogwarts basically gives every student the opportunity to practice potions through the rich resources in the Forbidden Forest. You know, even if the value of a potion material is not high, but with hundreds of students in the school, the amount of gold galleons required will definitely not be low. If it weren't for the resources in the Forbidden Forest as support, Hogwarts would have closed the potion class or listed it as an elective course long ago. How could it be possible to let every wizard student practice like it is now? His school will also be like this in the future. Let every wizard have the opportunity to learn to make potions. Of course, Lockhart's resources are not wasted for no reason. In the later stage, resources must be focused on those talented people. He is looking forward to training a second Snape or a second Professor Horace. Well, he also needs to train a second Newt, a second Nicomel. TSK when he thinks that he will train many outstanding students in the future. Lockhart couldn't help but smile. His style has never been to suppress the world with one person. He advocated the power of the masses and the wisdom of more people to help him achieve his goals. For example, he could develop a meditation method suitable for wizards, or develop more magical or large-scale magic. Kamar-Taj's magic was good, but it was more dependent on the power of Vishanti. Even if he modified it, it was only suitable for him to perform. He needed more people to study and transform it. He didn't want to become a waste after leaving Vishanti in the future. That would be too sad. To be a man, you have to rely on yourself. The same is true for being a wizard. External forces can be used, but you must be cautious, and cautious. Whoosh. The breeze gradually blew up, and as time passed, it became stronger and stronger, blowing the leaves on the surrounding woods. Gugu stood on his shoulder, his mouth slightly open, as if he was very shocked. His talent in space allowed him to clearly sense the majestic space force coming from nearby. The next moment, buzz, the space within a radius of several kilometers began to distort. Then, the trees, soil, and various animals disappeared in an instant, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. At the same time, a place full of trees suddenly appeared deep in the secret realm. The animals inside were chirping, and seemed to be very surprised. This is really a sleep turned upside down. Whether it is a magic element or the surrounding environment, there are significant differences. At this moment, Lockhart did not focus on the land that had just appeared. Or rather, he had seen many such scenes. In the past few days, he could be said to have run through the entire British wizard world, and even some well-known places abroad. He stole a part of the places that produced various potions and some magical creatures, and put them into the secret realm. In the future, this secret realm will be his base camp. He naturally wants to do his best. Then, he set his sights on the huge pit in front of him. Waving the wand in his hand, the surrounding soil began to roll, and the pit gradually shrank. After a while, the huge pit was leveled, but it was obvious that a slightly sunken slope appeared nearby. Then, Lockhart casually scattered a large number of seeds nearby, and waved the wand again. One after another, spells that urged growth spread out in all directions. Soon, all kinds of weeds emerged on the ground, and even fast-growing trees appeared in some places. Soon, new grass and trees covered the land. At first glance, it was not much different from the original. The only weird thing was that there were no creatures chirping. Not even the chirping of cicadas at night. Seeing this, Lockhart nodded with satisfaction. He was not stupid enough to deliberately leave such an obvious hole. What should be improved will be improved. Next, Lockhart continued to wander around the Forbidden Forest to see which places are suitable for being pulled into the secret realm again. You know, the opening ceremony of his school is getting closer and closer. Hurry up and improve the school secret realm one step ahead. Malfoy Manor, study. Tom Riddle, who looked like a young man, stood at the edge of the window, looking at the night in the distance. Malfoy Manor is their current base camp. It must be said that as a pure-blood family, Lucius Malfoy has done well in all aspects. This manor is also very well maintained. At this moment, Tom Riddle, holding the U-wand in his hand, turned around and stared at the empty space not far away. I didn't expect you to dare to appear in front of me alone so soon. Aren't you afraid that I will swallow you? A calm voice sounded in the study. At the same time, a pale strange figure emerged. Smooth skin without a trace of hair, pale face, strangely disappeared nose. It was Voldemort. At this moment, in the study, two Voldemorts looked at each other. One was wearing a dark green elegant wizard robe, with a young and even handsome appearance, dark and calm, with a calm tone and calm eyes. The other, wearing a black wizard robe, had a ferocious appearance that made people feel scared, with a dark and strange temperament, and a flash of madness in his eyes from time to time. I believe you should have sensed it too, Voldemort said in a cold voice with anger. Someone is holding a Horcrux to curse. So, Tom Riddle said calmly, what are you going to do? Voldemort did not reply, but looked at Tom Riddle, who seemed calm now. He seemed to sense that his body was covered with various isolation curses like his own, and sneered, saying, now it's not about what I'm going to do, but what we are going to do. The Horcrux is in Lockhart's hands, and the other party is obviously very good at cursing. If it's not handled properly, not only will our traces be discovered, I'm afraid the other Horcruxes will also fall into the hands of the other party. At this point, Voldemort's face became ferocious, and his voice was filled with anger. Then, he suppressed his inner anger and said coldly, although I don't know how you cut the soul, but now it seems that you can't escape the other party's curse. At this point, Voldemort's face flashed with unwillingness. If possible, he would not choose to join forces with the other party. It would be best for him to directly choose to swallow the other party. However, through the previous curse, he could sense Lockhart's strength, which was probably not low. Add Dumbledore. Damn it. So, what are you going to do? Compared with Voldemort's in a manic mood, Tom Riddle's expression remained calm and asked again. Hearing this, Voldemort showed a smile on his pale face, but he quickly put it away and said harshly, Lockhart's opening ceremony is about to begin. I want him, his students, and his friends to go to hell. Hearing this, Tom Riddle's expression moved, but he didn't open his mouth, and continued to listen. We will gather our men, and suppress the enemy on that day. With the power of the two of us, it will not be a problem to rule the British wizard world. After Dumbledore and Lockhart are killed by us together, we will fight to the death. Chapter 436, Kamar-Taj and the Wizarding World. 1993, Diagon Alley. Although Diagon Alley used to be crowded, today's Diagon Alley is unusually lively. However, what is surprising is that most of these wizards did not enter the shops on the side. Instead, they walked towards Gringotts. No, to be precise, they did not enter Gringotts. A red flame gate stood beside Gringotts. Everyone could clearly see that the base of the gate was engraved with complex red flame stripes, which intertwined and radiated certain spatial fluctuations. Along the base, red flame lines appeared above, outlining a red flame portal. The scenery opposite the portal can be seen with the naked eye. On the green grassland, a straight road extends forward. At the end of the road, there are huge buildings. This is the wizard secret realm that Lockhart has spent a lot of effort to build. Their goal is the grand opening ceremony of Lockhart School. Next to this portal, a young man in a purple gold wizard robe, with a friendly smile, seemed to be guarding it. He was not very old, but the aura he exuded was indeed not weak. He was Lockhart's student, Hobbs Rom. He was originally a squib, but now he has become a wizard through meditation. Some pure-blood wizards couldn't help but look at him a few times, and even wanted to communicate. But maybe because of the school's opening ceremony, they hesitated for a moment, and chose to enter the portal. But when they entered, they still looked at the red flame portal in front of them with an inquiring look. In the past, they used magic fireplaces and flue powder as the tools for teleportation. This kind of portal was the first time they saw it. Soon, wizards entered one by one. Hobbs stood aside and didn't say much. But if they encountered wizards with special body shapes, such as half-giant wizards, etc., they would wave their wands to cast spells to expand the size of the portal. At this moment, there was a commotion at the back of Diagon Alley, which made Ron look curiously. Dumbledore, it's Headmaster Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, all the professors from Hogwarts are here. Facing the surprise of the wizards around him, Dumbledore smiled and said a few simple polite words. Then he walked forward like other wizards. Behind him, followed a group of Hogwarts professors, such as McGonagall, Snape, etc. Albus Lockhart is really something. He didn't even tell us where the event was held. He was so secretive. Otherwise, it would be so convenient for us to just take the Thestrals. Dumbledore heard McGonagall's complaints and said with a smile, McGonagall, I asked Lockhart too. Lockhart kept telling me to keep it secret and that there would be a huge surprise. Let's participate according to his arrangements. Besides, people from other schools and even the Ministry of Magic are the same as us. Snape, who was standing by, had a strange look in his eyes after hearing this. Lockhart had talked to him about this, and he did this because it was a secret place, and he didn't open it, so it was difficult to enter. On the other hand, this also made Snape complain. Lockhart felt that the opening ceremony was his home ground, and he said that he was not going to let other schools take the limelight. They had to enter one by one according to the normal process. Snape couldn't help but mutter a few words when he heard Lockhart's explanation. According to the custom of the wizarding world, on occasions like this, guests will use this opportunity to show their strength, so that the host will not underestimate them. Just like Durmstrang's ancient ship, Bogsburton's rune carriage, including some luxurious tools made by pureblood families, rushed to the scene. As a result, Lockhart did this. Everyone could only park their vehicles outside and line up to enter the portal. Alas, it's really too embarrassing. However, to be honest, Snape still doubted the reason given by Lockhart. Is it really for the so-called face? No. What kind of moth will this opening ceremony cause? The thought emerged in his mind. Snape shook his head slightly, shook it out of his mind, and continued to move forward. Hello, are you Lockhart's student? Dumbledore looked at Ron beside the portal and asked gently, what's your name? At the same time, in order not to disturb others entering the portal, Dumbledore and a group of professors walked aside and chatted with Hobbies Rom. Yes, Principal Dumbledore. Rom looked at Professor Snape beside him hesitantly, and then replied affirmatively, my name is Hobbies Rom. Well, Snape taught them potions before, and he scolded him a lot. Seeing Snape, there is still some subconscious reaction. Rom, you don't look very old. You were a squib before. Dumbledore asked with a smile. How long have you followed Lockhart? It seems that you are quite suitable for meditation. At this moment, Dumbledore was more shocked. Meditation has been out for less than half a year. However, he clearly sensed that the wizard opposite, who was originally a squib, has enough magic power in his body to be comparable to wizards who are about to graduate in the 6th and 7th grades. Moreover, according to the murderous aura faintly emanating from other bodies, Dumbledore believed that Rom had definitely experienced many battles. He even felt in his heart that, if this Rom was allowed to fight against the 6th and 7th grade students of Hogwarts, it was hard to say who would win or lose. How could this level be achieved in half a year? Could it be that Lockhart had trained a squib before coming to Hogwarts? At this moment, in Dumbledore's mind, Lockhart was once again shrouded in a mysterious veil. To be honest, for some reason, he looked at the environment of the opposite portal and felt vaguely uneasy. I'm sorry, Principal Dumbledore, our headmaster, has emphasized to us before that this information needs to be kept confidential for the time being. Ron replied with an apologetic tone. You can ask our headmaster. At first, Dumbledore still felt a little strange when he heard Ron change his words to headmaster. Then, hearing what Ron said, Dumbledore couldn't help but narrow his eyes. How long do you have to keep it secret? Take in the divine thoughts. Dumbledore cast a spell to secretly spy on Rom's thoughts at the moment. But then, he quickly retracted it. He just sensed resistance. This squib wizard already had defensive magic deep in his mind, not brain occlusion. It was a new magic, the first time he saw it. and the effect was to resist a certain degree of absorption of divine thoughts or soul magic. Let's go, McGonagall. Dumbledore waved his hand and said to the professors on the side, how about we see Lockhart's opening ceremony? After that, he took the lead to enter the portal on the side. Even the students have set up defensive magic deep in their minds. It seems that no important information can be detected at present. Go in and see what Lockhart will do next. Ron, who was on the side, was surprised after seeing Dumbledore's performance, but didn't say much. Because he stayed in Diagon Alley to guard the earliest portal. Then he would most likely meet Dumbledore. And the tutor also told him, with Dumbledore's character, he would not bother with a student like him. Secret space. As soon as he stepped into the portal, Dumbledore felt that both the temperature and the climate had changed. It became very pleasant. Even the magic element that permeated the surroundings were unusually rich. Looking at the green grassland beside the road, Dumbledore began to think frantically. Where exactly is this place? Is it England? No, it is England. He should have heard of such a rich grassland. Then, he looked up at the sun in the sky, and his pupils shrank suddenly. The sun formed by the spell. Where exactly is this place? The majestic mental power quickly unfolded and spread rapidly around. At this time, Snape, McGonagall and others on the side moved slightly, and at the same time, set their eyes on Dumbledore. They just sensed a familiar breath. But they didn't say anything. To be honest, except Snape, everyone else was a little surprised about the environment they were in. McGonagall, do you know this place? Flitwick, the professor of charms, walked by the road, looking into the distance, and said curiously, the environment here is a bit strange. This is the first time I've seen forests, grasslands, deserts, swamps and other environments appear in one area at the same time. He just saw that there were trees not far away, and on the other side, there was a swamp, and looking further away, there was an ocean. The environment here seemed to be pieced together from multiple places. He couldn't help but feel curious. After hearing this, McGonagall shook his head slightly. Flitwick, you can ask Lockhart later, when you see him. Now many wizards are going to Lockhart's school. Let's go too. As he said that, McGonagall looked at the building at the end of the road. Let's go see Lockhart. Dumbledore said after retracting his mental power and regaining his calm face. However, his heart was in turmoil at the moment. He just saw the complex and diverse environment here, and all kinds of magical creatures. Of course, what shocked him the most was, he sensed a space barrier at the end. He knew what this meant. This was a closed space. It is a bit similar to the interior space of a magic suitcase, but the difference is huge. A huge space, rich magic, and a vibrant environment. Here, there is very little difference from the outside world. And the interior space of a magic suitcase is absolutely impossible to achieve such a level. While thinking frantically in his mind, Dumbledore led everyone to Lockhart's school. Although Lockhart placed the destination of the teleportation outside the school, he did not deliberately pull it very far. So, not long after walking, Dumbledore and others walked into the gate of the school castle. The gate was open, and Lockhart's students stood at the door waiting. Whenever a new wizard came, they would assign one person to lead the wizard to the venue of the opening ceremony. On the way, the wizards would also answer their questions. At this moment, Ian, Vera and others also saw Dumbledore. Vera saw them and went straight to them, saying to Dumbledore and the others, Headmaster Dumbledore, professors, hello, I'm a student of Professor Lockhart. You can just call me Vera. The professor specifically told me that you and the professors from Hogwarts have arrived, and I will be responsible for the reception. Just ask me if you have anything to say. As she said that, she showed a gentle smile to the professors. McGonagall looked at Vera, a young girl, whose young face revealed a mature aura, and was slightly surprised. However, Vera was also a woman, and she was not very old, about the same age as a 6th or 7th grade student, and immediately said gently, then I'll trouble you later. Vera, where is Lockhart's opening ceremony? It's in the square inside the school. Vera replied, all wizards will be there. The teacher said that he also taught at Hogwarts before, so he arranged the best position. Everyone just follow me. As she said that, Vera stretched out her slender arm and pointed to the door. leading the way to the inside of the school. Dumbledore and others followed. Most of them looked at the environment of Lockhart's school with curious eyes. Lockhart's school is quite different from Hogwarts. First of all, it is the area. It feels very large to the people in Hogwarts. They saw that the distance between the buildings inside the school was not very close. At first glance, the area is at least 23 times larger than that of Hogwarts, or even more. Secondly, the appearance of each building is also very different, and the size is not small. Moreover, they can clearly sense that the magic aura emitted by different buildings is obviously different. Some are neutral and peaceful, some reveal illusory, and some even reveal killing, or even dark aura. It seems that each building has its specific function. Teaching, fighting, divination and addition. There are many differences between the school and Hogwarts. However, what impressed Dumbledore the most was not these external differences. It was the atmosphere and feeling revealed inside. The students he saw along the way, including Vera who led the way, were male or female, old or young. They were very different from ordinary students. It was as if their nerves were tense, and even their pace was a little faster. It seemed that slowing down was a mistake. This was completely opposite to the relaxed atmosphere in Hogwarts. Dumbledore kept all his observations in his heart, and did not say them out loud. Soon, a group of people entered the square that Vera mentioned. This square was somewhat similar to the stadium in Hogwarts, but the area was obviously larger. There was a lawn in the middle, and a high platform was placed in the middle of the lawn. On the opposite side, there were tiered seats. Vera led them to sit in the front seats. Principal Dumbledore, professors, you can sit here. Vera pointed to the first row of seats and several seats around, and said gently, these are the seats reserved by the tutors for everyone. At this moment, nearby were Fudge, the Minister of Magic, Maxim, the principal of Bogsburton School, and others. It can be said that they all have high status and are influential. Seeing that everyone at Hogwarts was ready, Vera said a few simple words, then said goodbye and left. She still had to receive other people. Dumbledore, McGonagall and others then communicated with acquaintances around them. However, most of their topics were Lockhart's school. After all, this was their main purpose for coming today. As time passed slowly, more and more people came. Soon, it was time for the opening ceremony to begin. Bang, 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 boom. Colorful fireworks rose above the square with a roar, attracting the attention of all wizards. Soon, words composed of fireworks appeared in the air. Kamar-Taj opening ceremony. At the same time, Lockhart's voice appeared in the ears of all wizards. I'm Gilderoy Lockhart, and welcome everyone to the opening ceremony of Kamar-Taj. Chapter 437, The Tacit Understanding Between Ancient One and Lockhart, a Magical Feast. Time goes back 50 days, on the eve of the crossing. Marvel World, Kamar-Taj. Lockhart, do you have any idea about the position of the Supreme Sorcerer? The Ancient One sat on the seat above the hall, and asked this question as if jokingly. Facing the question of the Supreme Sorcerer, Lockhart's face was full of astonishment, as if he was caught off guard by this question, and had no time to react. However, in fact, Lockhart's brain was in a frantic thinking. What does the Supreme Sorcerer mean by this? Just mentioned Doctor Strange, and now the position of the Supreme Sorcerer is mentioned. Is it a test? Or a warning? It doesn't seem like it. Lockhart kept reviewing all the actions of the Ancient One to him, after he joined Kamar-Taj, helped him sign the contract, taught him the magic of Kamar-Taj, protected him from the threat of Dormammu, and even lent him the Eye of Agamotto not long ago. All these actions have long made Lockhart guess. However, what is the reason for the Ancient One to do this? This has always made Lockhart curious. After all, if the reason is to carry the Eye of Agamotto, Doctor Strange should be able to do it. It is obvious that there is definitely something profitable on him. System, it is possible. But the probability should be very low. After all, under his conscious control, the traces of the system are almost invisible. Then, the higher probability is. Seeing that Lockhart did not reply, and seemed to remain silent, the Ancient One sitting above smiled boringly. Lockhart, go back and have a good rest. I believe you are tired after this war. You can ask me any questions about magic later. After speaking, the Ancient One waved his hand, and signaled to retreat. When Lockhart heard this, his mind turned around and decided to speak tentatively. Sorcerer Supreme, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree to it? When the Ancient One heard this, it seemed that his interest was raised. He nodded and signaled Lockhart to continue. Supreme Sorcerer, as you know, before signing the contract, I was also a wizard with my own magic system. And I also had my own students before. When I came into contact with the magic of Kamar-Taj, I also integrated the magic of Kamar-Taj with the magic I studied before, and taught it to my students. The magic I studied, at present, can allow qualified people to transform magic power and cast magic without signing a contract with Vishanti. At this point, Lockhart deliberately paused and looked up to check the expression of the Ancient One. As soon as he looked up, he noticed that the Ancient One's eyes were fixed on him, and his expression seemed to become serious. Seeing this, Lockhart felt a certain confidence in his heart and continued. I was thinking, can you see, if I can set up an academy in the name of Kamar-Taj, take my students, and study new magic in depth. If there are some achievements in the future, let them further integrate into Kamar-Taj, and help resist the evil gods. Hearing this, the Ancient One raised his body slightly, and looked at Lockhart underground. It seemed that he knew what Lockhart was talking about, and understood what he meant. After a moment of silence, he said decisively, okay, Lockhart, I fully support what you said. If you need anything, or have any resources, just ask. After hearing this, Lockhart was naturally delighted. His guess was not wrong. When the Ancient One was instructing him on magic, he had mentioned the various drawbacks of his Marvel World magic system. For example, he was overly dependent on dimensional gods, had a limited lifespan, and was at risk of being harvested if he became strong. It was extremely difficult to break through dimensional gods. Supreme Sorcerer, I want to learn more about the magic collected in Kamar-Taj, and if you can teach me how to build a secret realm. After detecting the needs of the Supreme Sorcerer, Lockhart did not hesitate and began to put forward his own request. And the Ancient One, of course, did not refuse. She was really worried about Kamar-Taj. Lockhart, keep researching along this path. I'm very optimistic about you. Hearing the encouragement from the Ancient One and the expectations in his words, Lockhart nodded gently to show that he understood. He is now very sure that he is also qualified to compete for the position of the Supreme Sorcerer in the future. And what he used to convince Ancient One was the new magic system he was currently researching. He needed to produce results faster. Harry Potter World, Wizard Secret Realm, School Square. Welcome everyone to the opening ceremony of Kamar-Taj. Without your support and recognition, it would be difficult to establish a magic school with research nature. In the future, Kamar-Taj will be committed to the research of meditation methods and develop more effective and more universal meditation methods to make all squibs become wizards and make squibs officially disappear in the history of wizards. I believe that in the future wizarding world, Kamar-Taj will play an important role. Lockhart's loud voice, along with magic power, spread to the ears of all wizards in the square. At the same time, everyone looked at the words that appeared in the air. All wizards understood that the name of Lockhart's school was Kamar-Taj. They had no problem with this name. After all, it was just a name. After hearing this, Dumbledore just nodded slightly without any movement. And Snape, who was standing aside, twitched his mouth slightly after hearing this. He just knew the name of the school. Kamar-Taj. Lockhart, are you sure you won't be beaten up by the Supreme Sorcerer if he finds out? Snape couldn't help but complain in his heart. But it was obvious that he didn't know the tacit understanding between Lockhart and the Ancient One. Or rather, Lockhart didn't tell him. However, no one present, including Lockhart, noticed that in a corner of the seats. After hearing this, an ordinary looking young wizard's expression began to change constantly, and a look of crying and laughing appeared on his face. Damn, Kamar-Taj, which he had been looking for so long in the United States. Now it's here. That's right, he is Grindelwald in disguise. What he saw before, was it the past or the future? At this moment, Grindelwald was also extremely suspicious. However, he soon stopped thinking and focused his eyes on the red-haired girl on the square. The fate he spied on told him that if he could find her, he would understand what the so-called new world was. This would be a turning point in his future destiny. And the girl he was looking at was Wanda. At this moment, Lockhart glanced at the students who were lined up in front of him and continued happily to celebrate this wonderful moment. Please enjoy the show performed by my students below. Magic Feast. Chapter 438. This is the war between the Death Eaters and Kamar-Taj. Magical Feast. Obviously, it was a program prepared by Professor Lockhart. No, now it should be called Principal Lockhart. For the grand opening ceremony, the wizards in the seats all straightened their bodies slightly and focused their attention on the students in the center of the square. Some of them cast a spell on themselves to magnify their vision, and some took out a magic prop similar to a telescope to make the vision clearer. The students, led by Ian, Vera, Remy, Wanda and others, raised their wands. According to the previous drill, they waved their wands at the same time, following the same trajectory, and uniformly outlined elegant lines. The lines intertwined and condensed. The next moment, bang, 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 accompanied by one bang after another, magic light bullets of different colors soared into the sky like fireworks. In the blue sky, various fireworks were released. Blue, purple, red, green. The fireworks of different colors intertwined with each other, rendering the sky with gorgeous patterns. Sitting in the seats, many young wizards couldn't help showing joyful faces when they saw this scene. Bang, pa, pa. I don't know who started it, but the whole square burst into warm applause. The students who were performing, after hearing everyone's warm applause, raised their lips slightly. Then, Ian, who was in the front row, shouted, "First form, Animal World, release." After the voice fell, the performing students waved their wands again. This time, the trajectory of each person's waved wand was different. But the combination had a strange sense of beauty. As they waved their wands, lines began to emerge one after another along the trajectory of the wands, solidifying in midair. Soon, above the heads of each wizard, strange and magical animal patterns formed. There were blue ball escape birds, silver white unicorns, red flame dragons, light golden phoenixes, milky white divine horses, and all kinds of magical creatures gradually emerged. As the students waved their wands, they floated in the air and then began to move and fly. The unicorn ran in the air with silver white halos. The phoenix waved its light golden wings, sprinkling a wisp of broken golden light. The ball escape bird flapped its blue wings, flickering and performing space movement in the air. Seeing this scene, many wizards couldn't help but widen their eyes and carefully watch the magnificent scene in front of them. However, the Hogwarts teachers led by Dumbledore, of course, and the pureblood wizards from other schools, their brows were slightly wrinkled, and deep thoughts flashed in their eyes. They were different from ordinary wizards. Ordinary wizards only saw the magnificence of the scene. What they saw was more about the control of magic by these students. The appearance of magical animals was so flexible, vivid. All of them showed that their control over magic was far higher than that of people of the same level. Moreover, the patterns of various magical creatures above, whether flying, moving, or even their expressions, could not be said to be completely consistent, but they were roughly the same. It was enough to show that they had come into contact with many magical creatures. In a sense, in some aspects, this group of students who followed Lockhart surpassed most wizards of the same age. The second form, the natural prosperity, release. This time, Vera's crisp voice sounded. Then, the students waved their wands again. The various magical creatures flying in the air suddenly became a glimmer of light of different colors. Like raindrops, they gradually fell on the entire square. When the light fell on the grey marble floor, it did not disappear, but began to accumulate like soil. Under the gaze of everyone, a green lawn began to emerge on the smooth marble floor. And in the center of the lawn, a clear water pond quietly appeared. At the same time, in the grass on the square red roses, light yellow azaleas and other gorgeous flowers began to slowly emerge and grow. From a distance, it looked quite beautiful. What surprised the wizards even more was that with the appearance of these ordinary flowers, more magical plants began to appear. White fresh mint-like, green mandrake grass, hellebore-like lotus, and even tall humping willows, devil's snares, etc. appeared on the grass. This scene made many wizards swallow their saliva. Although they knew that these were fake, these magic materials were really valuable. Professor Sprout, how do you feel about the imitation of this batch of potions? McGonagall asked Professor Sprout, who was sitting next to him, in a low voice. As the professor of herbology at Hogwarts, Sprout could not help but raise his inquiring eyes when he saw this scene. Although it is an imitation, some details are very accurate. Sprout affirmed, these students should have been exposed to potions a lot, and they are more attentive than ordinary little wizards. Dumbledore was not far away, and his ears moved slightly. He heard Sprout's judgment. In his opinion, Lockhart asked the students to perform magical animals and magical plants. It is to show the level of cultivating students from the side. However, from the current performance, it is very good, and even some of the excellence is too outstanding. For the control of magic, this can be trained through strict training. As for potions, this aspect requires talent, but it requires higher requirements for teachers. Otherwise, no matter how high the talent is, if the teacher is too mediocre, the talent will be wasted. This is also why he always refused Snape's request to be the professor of defense against the dark arts. Snape is gifted in potions. Who trained this group of students? It couldn't be Lockhart. Lockhart's talent in potions, well, you could say he had no talent. A list of potion masters emerged in his mind, and Dumbledore matched them one by one, but he couldn't figure it out. At this moment, in a corner near the front of the seats, two young wizards with similar faces, like brothers, watched the students' performance. They both had a magic suitcase at their feet. However, one of them had a calm face, while the other had a very gloomy face, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes from time to time. Are you sure you want to make a move now? Although Voldemort was full of murderous intent towards Lockhart, there were so many wizards present, and Dumbledore was there too. He didn't think it was a suitable time to make a move. Tom Riddle, who was standing by, heard this and said seriously, "This is the best time now. You should be able to feel that the curse is getting worse. The longer we delay, the greater the danger to us. Besides, we are targeting Lockhart, not them. With the reputation of the Death Eaters, ordinary wizards dare not take action at all. As for Dumbledore and the others, I will delay them. It won't be a problem to delay for some time. And you, and your werewolves, dementors, and dark wizards, will go directly to Lockhart. You don't have any confidence at all, do you?" Faced with Tom Riddle's provocation, Voldemort naturally did not fall for it. However, after thinking about it, he found that it seemed to be okay. In his opinion, the biggest risk was nothing more than Dumbledore and other wizards. However, with Tom Riddle to resist, what did he have to worry about? If something happened, it would not be him who would be seriously injured. Then, Tom Riddle added another sentence. "Don't forget, we tried it before, and the portkey still worked in unexpected situations. Besides, do you think it would be fun to make Lockhart's students werewolves?" Hearing Tom Riddle's temptation, Voldemort's eyes lit up, and his heart suddenly moved. "Damn Lockhart, let me see your students become werewolves despised by the wizarding world. What will you do?" While thinking, Voldemort looked at the beautiful scene released by Lockhart's students in the center of the square. "Okay, according to the plan, take action." Hearing this, Tom Riddle smiled, holding the magic suitcase in his hand. Magic surged, and black shadows flashed. Apparition. The next moment, he appeared in front of a group of wizards in the seats. At the same time, the magic suitcase in his hand had been opened, and a group of Death Eaters in black robes appeared beside him. At this moment, in the center of the square, not far from the students, a figure also appeared. Similarly, next to him, the magic suitcase had been opened. Next to him appeared a group of hideous werewolves, cold dementors, and dark wizards emitting a dark aura. Then, a dark green light curtain appeared in front of the wizards in the audience, and an elegant voice spread. "Wizards, please keep quiet. Next, it is the war between the Death Eaters and Kamar-Taj. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439. Two generations of Dark Lords and White Lords gather. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the war between the Death Eaters and Kamar-Taj. a voice that exudes elegance and pride rang in the ears of the wizards sitting in the audience. At the same time, at the edge of the square, opposite them, a dark green barrier emitting strong magical fluctuations appeared in front of them. At the same time, bang, a dark green light like fireworks exploded in the sky. The dark green Death Eater mark with a skull and a snake intertwined with each other appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Dumbledore, who was not far from the barrier, stood up instantly and looked at the Death Eaters wearing black wizard robes outside the energy barrier. No, to be precise, he was looking at the familiar face in the middle. Tom, is that you? Although Dumbledore's words revealed doubts, his tone was very affirmative. Long time no see, Headmaster. Tom Riddle, who had restored his original youthful face, nodded in response. At the same time, the ordinary wizards sitting in the audience, after seeing the Death Eater mark, they began to panic. Some trembled and raised their wands in their hands, as if ready to attack or defend. Some began to stand up and run away in a hurry. They were completely different from Dumbledore and others who were sitting in front and keeping calm. At this moment, Tom Riddle looked at the chaotic and dramatic scene in front of him with interest. He enjoyed it very much. This was the reputation of the Dark Lord. Quiet. The panic did not last long, and a gentle voice sounded around. As if there was a magic power, the originally panicked wizards gradually stabilized their expressions. They all focused their eyes on Dumbledore, who had just spoken. Don't worry, the Ministry of Magic, professors, wizards, and auras of various schools are here. We will do our best to ensure everyone's safety. Without hesitation, Dumbledore directly pulled a group of professors, principals, and members of the Ministry of Magic from magic schools to the platform. After hearing what Dumbledore said, Snape, McGonagall and other Hogwarts professors stood up and raised their wands high, as if they would launch an attack if they disagreed. At the same time, the Vice President of Durmstrang College, the Principal of Greybottom Magic, and the Minister of Magic and other leading figures stood up and led their professor colleagues. Their expressions also became serious, holding their wands tightly in their hands and staring at the Death Eaters outside the energy barrier. Well, Fudge's face turned a little pale. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you. This is a battle between us Death Eaters and Lockhart Kamar-Taj. Tom Riddle's voice spread to the ears of every wizard in the audience. Then, he added one sentence. The premise is that you don't do it. As he said, he threatened Dumbledore and others with a smile. Dumbledore, professors, and directors of the Ministry of Magic. You don't want us to release the killing curse on ordinary wizards at will. Hearing Tom's moral kidnapping of the lives of ordinary wizards, Dumbledore glanced slightly and saw the slightly relaxed expressions of the principals and professors of other schools. He couldn't help but froze. This is not a good thing, and then he was about to break the deadlock. Suddenly, TSK, 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 Albus, I think you should listen to what this Dark Lord has to say. Grindelwald's voice of watching the show entered Dumbledore's ears, and his face suddenly became ugly. Let's see how Lockhart and Kamar-Taj perform, and have some confidence in him. I believe you also want to see his true strength. The voices of two generations of Dark Lords threatening together made Dumbledore freeze his actions. He was confident that he should have no problem blocking the threats of Voldemort and a group of Death Eaters. After all, there are many powerful wizards around. But with a hidden Jetler, he is really unsure now. He can only watch the battlefield on the square through this dark green transparent barrier like all the wizards. On a marble square, green grass, colorful flowers, and magical plants of strange shapes. These are transformed by magic, intertwined with each other, forming a beautiful picture. However, not far from the center of the square, a gray-white marble floor suddenly appeared. On the ground, there appeared werewolves with ferocious faces, dementors with cold breath, and dark wizards wearing black robes and exuding a dark breath. The leader was the Dark Lord with pale skin and scowled eyes, Voldemort. My loyal men, now is the first step to recast order. Voldemort's cold voice sounded. Next, you will use your best killing to forge the ladder to power. Lockhart, I will deal with it. You come to kill these students. Those who kill the most will be rewarded heavily. The murderous voice sounded, and the werewolves and dark wizards seemed to be infected. They looked at the students not far away, and began to become a little crazy. Woo, woo, kill. The howling of the werewolves and the excited shouting of the dark wizards intertwined with each other. They rushed towards Ian, Remy and other students like crazy. And the Dementors also flew from the sky and pounced on the students together. Those delicious, sweet, and tempting young souls, they are here. At this moment, the students looked at the werewolves and other dark creatures rushing towards them not far away. They were not panicked, and they did not even put down their wands, as if they had expected it. The third form, the Skyfire, descends. Ian, Vera, Remy, and Wanda, the four people's voices sounded at the same time. The students behind them waved their wands in unison. Almost instantly, everyone present, including the wizards in the audience, could clearly feel it. A majestic wave of magic power enveloped the entire square. At the same time, there was magic grass on the ground, and the magic potion turned into colorful light spots and dissipated. In the sky, the white clouds turned into red flames. The majestic heat came to the face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blew, but this wind did not bring any coolness, but became more dry and hot. The werewolf running below couldn't help, but pursed his lips, and the hair on his body and face curled slightly. Even the Dementor twisted his body slightly, seeming to be a little uncomfortable. It might be that the weather changed in an instant. Before they could adapt, many werewolves could not help but stop and even dodge. Because in the sky, a large number of fireballs like meteorites have condensed. The scorching heat distorted the space, and the majestic pressure filled the entire square. Many werewolves with keen intuition felt a deadly breath of death coming from their heads. But, as a group of students waved their wands again, the sky full of fireballs fell like a meteor shower, hitting the werewolves, black wizards and other enemies in the square. Joint casting, the Skyfire descended. Chapter 440 Voldemort, I'll give you my arm in exchange for your life. Burning. Scorching. Death. A large number of fireballs fell from the sky like meteorites. The air was scorching, and the space was distorted. A strong smell of death lingered around. The werewolves on the ground in the square looked up and saw a large number of falling fireballs. With their strong bodies, they desperately fled to all directions. When the dark wizards realized the huge danger from the sky, they wanted to use apparition to escape at the first time. But they were horrified to find that the majestic magic power above affected the fluctuations in the surrounding space. At this time, apparition would kill them faster. They could only quickly wave their wands and cast defensive spells one by one. Protect everything. Protect everything. Armor. Over the square, defensive barriers of different colors appeared one after another. On the surface of the dark wizard's body, the light golden armor spell flashed one after another, further increasing the defense. Compared with the werewolves and the dark wizards, the state of returning from the soul shooting is naturally the best. With a special physique, it can avoid the damage from fire and magic to the greatest extent. But despite this, the hot breath and huge pressure made them fly around uncomfortably, and some even flew towards their current master Voldemort, as if looking for safety. And Voldemort, the leader, looked at the large number of fireballs descending from the sky and the majestic magic power emanating. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a light called danger flashed across his eyes. But, I saw Voldemort slightly stretched out his hand, and a large amount of black mist came out of his body and spread wildly around. The U-wand in his hand was slightly raised. The black mist began to condense and rise to the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, one by one, the black mist condensed and emitted black arrows with a dark, destructive, and killing aura. Arrows of death. Defense has never been his style. Using crazy attacks instead of defense is his character. And his goal is naturally not to defend the werewolves from the fireballs above, but those students who are casting spells. If the werewolves and other dark creatures die, they die, and they can be recruited later. But this group of students, at first glance, is a disaster carefully cultivated by Lockhart. I believe that, if these students died, Lockhart would be in great pain. With this thought in mind, he began to wave his wand, preparing to launch this fatal attack. However, Mr. Dark Lord, it seems that you have forgotten that your enemy is me. At some point, Lockhart floated not far from Voldemort and said calmly. Hearing this, Voldemort looked at Lockhart's handsome face, but it aroused his anger. Without hesitation, He gently raised his wand, and the direction of the black mist arrow began to turn, and aimed at Lockhart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He gently pressed down the wand in his hand, and a large number of black arrows emitting the breath of death shot towards Lockhart. After seeing this, Lockhart just smiled slightly, and stretched out his wand, slightly swiped it, and simply outlined a red flame line in front of him. But in the blink of an eye, the red flame line instantly expanded, layered, and continued to emerge and spread. It took only 1 or 2 seconds. A red flame wall engraved with a large number of strange lines appeared in front of Lockhart. Bang, bang, bang. The black arrows collided with the red flame wall. With continuous bangs, the arrows shattered into black mist, and cracks appeared on the wall. The dissipated black mist began to corrode the red flame wall along the cracks. It was visible to the naked eye that in an instant, the wall was full of pits and bumps. Lockhart sensed a lot of darkness and curses attached to it, raised his eyebrows, and waved his wand again. The runes on the red flame wall glowed, and a lot of black mist was eliminated, or it escaped outward, as if it had life. Seeing this, Voldemort didn't care, and gently raised the wand in his hand, and with a wave, the escaping black mist condensed again. A new arrow of death appeared again, and shot at the wall in front of Lockhart again, accompanied by continuous bangs and shattering sounds. This cycle repeated. Looking at the defense barrier under attack, Lockhart nodded slightly. However, corrosion, disintegration, weakening, death. Feeling the abnormally rapid loss of magic power in his body, Lockhart couldn't help but frown slightly. The crazy version of Voldemort. His methods are more fierce and cruel. He clearly felt a void curse from the opposite side entangled his soul and body. Casting such a powerful curse in a short time, Voldemort's own loss will definitely not be low, and it is even possible to sacrifice himself. Seeing the change in Lockhart's expression, Voldemort smiled cruelly. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. It seems that he noticed that most of Lockhart's attention was on the changes in his body. Voldemort quickly waved his wand, and a series of killing curses shot towards the weak points of the defense barrier. Bang! A powerful killing curse instantly pierced through the red flame barrier, and a conspicuous large hole emerged. Next, several killing curses behind it shot at Lockhart through the hole at a lightning speed. The arrow of death in front was to test the weakness of Lockhart's defense. After almost figuring it out, then use the curse to distract Lockhart's energy. This is a powerful death curse that he sacrificed an arm to cast. Finally, his best killing curse should be on the stage. Death is Lockhart's only destiny. Lockhart, I will use one arm in exchange for your life. At the same time, Dumbledore and other wizards who were watching the battle from behind, seeing the green killing curse with the breath of death flying towards Lockhart, I couldn't help but take a deep breath, and my eyes were closely watching Lockhart's next reaction. At this moment, Lockhart felt the difficult curse in his body and the many killing curses that were coming at him and surrounding his possible escape route. I couldn't help but smile bitterly in my heart. I was still careless. The Dark Lord is worthy of being the Dark Lord. Whether it is combat experience or timing, he grasps it very accurately. I originally thought that after many rounds of transformation, my tyrannical strength was enough to crush the opponent. But I didn't expect that I would fall into the pit because of my carelessness. It seems that no matter when and where, arrogance is the only enemy. Then, Lockhart's right hand shook lightly, and the wand disappeared. The next moment, he crossed his arms and formed a strange shape, with the buzzing of the ring in his hand. In front of Lockhart, it began to shake strangely like the surface of water. Indistinctly, it seemed that Lockhart had multiple phantoms. Voldemort on the opposite side frowned after seeing this, wondering what kind of strange method this was. He could only further infuse magic power to make the killing curse more powerful, rapid, and deadly. However, no matter how strange the magic was, it would be vulnerable after being hit by the killing curse. This is the demise of the soul. Lockhart seemed to be defenseless. The green killing curse shot out quickly pierced his body. And, following closely, many killing curses passed through one after another. However, Voldemort's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. Several killing curses that would kill at the slightest touch passed through Lockhart's body. But it seemed like passing through phantoms. Passing over the body, it continued to fly backwards. This symbolizes that the death curse has become ineffective. Chapter 441 The battle between wizard students and Death Eaters officially begins. How could the killing curse fail? Voldemort looked at Lockhart, who was safe and sound, with a changeable expression on his face. He was not an ordinary dark wizard. Wizards of his level each had their own unique magic. And he was known as the Dark Lord, so he naturally had a deep study of dark magic. The killing curse was what he was most proud of, and what he was best at. He was so good at studying the killing curse, that he could say that neither Grindelwald nor Dumbledore could compare to him. After all, he had cast the killing curse before, and it was as easy as eating, drinking water, and breathing air. Every time an ordinary wizard casts the killing curse, it takes a few days of training to ease the erosion of the murderous emotion on the soul. And he, with his Horcruxes and a series of backup plans, can cast 100 or 80 killing curses a day. This is also the reason why many wizards, including Dumbledore, are afraid of him. Ordinary dark wizards regard the killing curse as a special move, and he has regarded the killing curse as an ordinary move. Think about it. Every move of his will kill you. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't be worried? Who wouldn't be scared? In the wizarding world, he is synonymous with death. Therefore, after years of hard work and study, the killing curse has already exceeded many people's imagination. The killing curse he cast not only strengthens the effect of destroying the soul, but also contains special effects such as indestructibility, locking, tracking, etc. Even facing his killing curse, it is impossible to cast apparition. Every killing curse will trigger fear in the mind, and then disrupt the fluctuation of magic. After seeing it, ordinary wizards may even be stiff with fear, and can only bear it. Therefore, he has the confidence to sacrifice one of his arms to cast the curse. In the case of involving energy, Lockhart can only choose to bear it. And if he can bear 2 or 3 curses, Lockhart will be considered powerful. He thought so in his heart, but now, what did he see? Lockhart looked at Voldemort's shocked expression, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Time and space separation. To a certain extent, the dislocation and separation of space and time. In other words, your attack this second can never reach me in the last second. This is the magic that Lockhart learned with the help of the Time Stone. How could Lockhart not get some wool when he was lucky enough to touch the Eye of Agamotto? You should know that Lockhart got a lot of wool from the Space Stone, but he withdrew his hands when he encountered the Time Stone. This is not his style. Of course, it is definitely not easy when it comes to time and space, but Lockhart has stored a lot of pure energy of space and time in advance. Using this as a material for casting spells, it is fast and powerful. Now Lockhart easily avoids Voldemort's fatal attack, and at the same time, has the leisure to look at the battlefield of his students not far away. Skyfire is coming. A large number of fireballs fell rapidly like meteorites, putting great pressure on the werewolf dark wizards below. However, the huge black fog caused by Voldemort's waving of his wand before rekindled their confidence that had been eliminated. However, Lockhart's move blocked Voldemort's action, causing their confidence that had just been ignited to fall further. Facing the falling, scorching fireball, the dark wizard was better off constantly adding various defensive spells to himself, while the werewolf, because he had transformed into a wolf, had lost his magical ability and could only dodge with his intuition, and some even hid beside the dark wizard, trying to use the dark wizard's defensive spell to avoid or reduce the upcoming danger. Protect everyone. Protect everyone. The wands in his hands kept waving, and layers of grey barriers appeared above the sky, making the sky, which was originally dyed red by the fireball, appear a little dark. At this moment, Dumbledore and others also divided some of their energy and put it on Lockhart's students. After all, no matter what, in the hearts of professors like Dumbledore and McGonagall, students need to be protected and are innocent. Seeing such a huge scene, they were surprised, and a trace of worry rose on their faces. It was the first time they saw a large number of wizards cast the same magic, but with their research on magic, they naturally knew that the effect was mutual. The power was so great, but his requirements for the caster would definitely not be low. If you are not careful, it is easy to have a backlash, and this kind of backlash, if you are not careful, it is easy to endanger your life. However, Snape, who was standing aside, had a smile on his face. Joint casting is a typical and significant feature of Kamar-Taj magic, and the focus is to deal with the arrival of the dimensional demon. When Lockhart developed a joint casting suitable for wizards, in order to better train students, he naturally mastered it early and focused on teaching everyone to practice. Under the anxious gaze of many professors, the fireballs that were so hot that they distorted the space fell on the square. But, as if sensing the huge threat of the fireballs, the defense shield that appeared in the air began to flash grey light continuously, as if it was driven to the extreme. However, boom. The first fireball collided with the defense shield, and a certain bend appeared in the grey defense. The fireball found that it was blocked and could not move forward and exploded. The flames spread everywhere, dyeing the grey defense shield a touch of red. 1, 2, 3. The fireballs kept falling, and then kept breaking, and the sky was full of sparks covering the square. Many dark wizards joined forces to successfully resist the first wave of scorching fireballs. However, they did not show any relaxed expressions on their faces. On the contrary, their faces became more serious, because they clearly sensed that the defense shield had been broken through countless layers, and their magic power was also further improved. It was just that the number of spells they had just cast was too large, so for a while, they were evenly matched. Fortunately, this was within their calculations. Although they had rich combat experience before, the sudden situation made it too late to react, and inconvenient to communicate. They needed time to block the next attack. I don't know when, they seemed to gather with the werewolves. On the square, there were 5 or 6 groups of werewolves, dementors and dark wizards. Woo, woo, woo. The dark wizards waved their wands again, and above them, solid armor covered the surroundings. At the same time, the extremely lethal black magic and even the killing curse began to quietly gather. Their target was Ian and others who cast magic. The werewolf howled to the sky, and his body muscles further expanded. His eyes were also fixed on the students of Kamar-Taj. He seemed to be ready to seize the opportunity to start their real battle. The dementors soon sucked in the surroundings fiercely and then spit out. The originally hot air around began to feel cool. The black wizards and Ian and others could clearly feel that the magic power above the square had a chilly feeling. For the black wizards, it felt quite refreshing. This kind of magic with a breath of despair could further amplify the attack of black magic. Ian and others felt that the magic power began to become jerky, and even the difficulty of control was further increased. At this moment, the fireballs above the square kept hitting the defense shield in the air, and the defense shield began to shatter at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took less than half a minute. Boom. Bang. The defense shield shattered, and the remaining fireballs began to fall towards the square. The official sound of the wizard students and the Death Eaters. Chapter 442 Grindelwald's Provocation. Students fighting werewolves. Boom. The shield was broken, and grey spots of light were scattered all around. The fireball fell heavily on the square. Since the skyfire had been successfully cast when breaking through the shield, it was difficult for Ian and others to adjust in the face of the Death Eaters who quietly gathered into teams. Or rather, these were originally calculated by the Death Eaters, based on their own experience. Powerful magic may exert influence and control in the early stage, but after it has been formed, especially the magic that has been cast halfway, unless it is a top wizard like his master. Otherwise, it can only exert a certain influence at most, and it is difficult to operate freely. And facing students who are not even 20 years old, this group of black wizards who are over half 100 years old have calculated the most effective way to avoid it early. Whoosh, whoosh. The fireball fell on the square, and large pits emerged one after another, and dust spread around with waves of heat. The black wizards who had prepared a solid defense spell for themselves early on instantly increased their magic output, and the grey or even black shield began to flicker continuously. He just stood there against the falling hot fireball. Boom. The fireball shattered, and flames filled the air. The veins on the faces of the dark wizards who cast the spell instantly appeared, and some even started bleeding from the corners of their mouths, eyes, and ears. After all, it was a joint effort of dozens of wizards. Even if most of the attacks missed, the remaining ones were not something that a single dark wizard could easily resist. However, when the dust cleared from the battlefield, the heat wave with the dust in the sky had already swept to the edge of the square and rushed towards the audience seats. Tom Riddle frowned slightly after seeing this and waved his wand casually. The dark green barrier flickered slightly, and in the air, it seemed that a breeze blew, offsetting the heat wave, and the dust fell, as if it was still. Dumbledore glanced at them, and without saying much, he set his sights on Lockhart's students and Death Eaters. Albus, Lockhart is really good at training students. Can you tell me how long Lockhart has been training the squibs to become wizards? Grindelwald's provocative voice sounded in his ears. To be honest, I'm really curious. Dumbledore did not reply, as if he did not hear it. Grindelwald continued. I don't know if you have noticed, Albus. Grindelwald's tone was full of surprise and curiosity. The magic cast by this group of students actually resonated with power, at least 10 times more. Here, meditation should have played a significant role. Grindelwald's analysis made Dumbledore nod slightly subconsciously, but then stopped. Although the movement was very slight, Grindelwald, who had been paying attention, seemed to be interested all of a sudden, and continued to analyze. I feel the breath of meditation. The magic power of this group of students tends to be of the same nature. It seems that the emergence of meditation not only has a profound impact on squibs, but also brings great changes to wizards who cast magic. At this point, Grindelwald seemed to have thought of something, and added in a tone, as if he was watching a good show. Albus, what do you think the pureblood families would do if they knew this? And Hogwarts, do you have any plans to promote meditation? Hearing this, Dumbledore frowned slightly. He naturally knew what Grindelwald meant. Several wizards who practiced meditation, after a certain way of casting magic together, will increase the power by more than 10 times. There is no doubt that, unless it is a top wizard like him, even auras like Mad-Eye Moody dare not face it directly. In the past, this was enough to be a trick that could be regarded as the family's heritage. Every time it was cast, it would cost a lot. But looking at the appearance of this group of students, it seems to be the same as usual. Does this mean that this way of casting has become the norm? If the pureblood families knew, it would be strange if they didn't pursue it crazily. This is simply the best way to maintain the status of pureblood. After thinking about it, Dumbledore did not reply to any of Grindelwald's words, but continued to focus on Ian and other wizard students. Above the square, the heat wave weakened, and the dust gradually fell. It can be vaguely seen that large pits appeared one after another on the surface of the square, and each pit was filled with flames in and around it. Around the group of black wizards, there were scattered flames on the ground, and everything else was the same as before. However, seeing the pale faces of the black wizards and the bloodstains on the corners of their mouths, it was known that it was not easy to resist this group of black wizards. Whirlwind sweep away. Whirlwind sweep away. Several black wizards cast spells to further clear the dust and clear their vision. At the same time, woo, woo, the werewolf raised its head and howled, and while the dust had not completely settled, it suddenly pounced on Ian and other students. The magic of wizards is strong, but when it comes to close combat, unless it is a giant, who can compare to them? The werewolves. Ian, Remy and others did not panic when they saw the werewolves coming straight at them. They only heard a very calm voice. The top 15 melee fighters last time came forward and fought with the werewolves. Be careful not to be bitten by them. The rest of you retreat and prepare to cast again. After hearing Ian's familiar voice, 5 young male wizards walked forward. Most of these young wizards were relatively strong. Vera and Wanda stepped back. Ian and Remy led the way, slowly walking forward with 15 wizards who were good at close combat. They quickly closed their palms and pulled them outward. Sparks flew everywhere, and long black magic sticks wrapped with red flame runes appeared in their hands. The melee sticks used exclusively by Kamar-Taj wizards. The magic wands disappeared quietly, and Ian and others held these hard sticks tightly in their hands. The pace began to speed up and rushed towards the werewolves. To be honest, seeing the actions of Ian and others, the werewolf leader Fenrir, who was in the lead, had a look of astonishment in his eyes and face. Would these students be crazy to fight with them in close combat? Then, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Since these students want to die, let him send them to see the god of death. Woo. Without hesitation, after a long howl, Fenrir led the werewolves behind him and pounced on Ian and others. At the same time, a group of wizard students behind began to wave their wands together. Their target was the dark wizards behind. Bang! Ian, the leader, held a stick and hit Fenrir, the leader of the werewolves. Due to the stereotype of weak wizards in the past, Fenrir was extremely disdainful at first. However, when the stick fell on his shoulder, the red light flashed, the weight increased, and he was hit hard. With a click, the bones seemed to crack, and blood began to ooze out. Damn it. Fenrir cursed while enduring the severe pain, and waved himself to find Ian's face and scratched it. His wolf claws have long been hidden with wolf poison. Ordinary wizards will be severely injured if they are hit by only one, and there is a very high probability that they will be corroded by wolf poison and turned into werewolves. When professors such as McGonagall saw this scene, they always subconsciously exclaimed in a low voice. They had heard of the reputation of Fenrir, the werewolf leader, and Ian, who was standing opposite them, was a young wizard who was less than 20 years old. Danger. Extremely dangerous. Chapter 443 Werewolf. This is a battle between the poor and the rich. Whoosh. The sharp wolf claws that pounced on his face, the whistling sound of the slapping, and the cruel eyes of the werewolf leader Fenrir. Ian's eyes were calm, and the red flame runes on the black stick in his hand flickered slightly. It was vaguely visible that the muscles on his arms bulged slightly. Bang! The stick and the wolf claw collided with each other, and at the moment of collision, it was guided to the right and walked to the other side. It went around to one side in a lightning fast manner. Then it hit the werewolf's waist hard. When Fenrir swung his wolf claws, he obviously felt a resistance from the stick. Although this resistance was not as strong as his own, it was not small. What made him react in time was that the other party obviously did not resist strongly, but took advantage of the situation to use the stick to set up his wolf claws and lead them to the right. Seeing it for the first time, naturally, he did not react. Then, it paid a tragic price. Bang! Copperhead iron bones. Tofu waste is a characteristic of describing wolves, and Fenrir, as a werewolf, naturally cannot escape this characteristic. His soft waist was hit hard by the baguette. A sharp pain came from his mind, and Fenrir's eyes began to turn bloodshot, and his face was distorted by pain. Bang! Unable to control himself, Fenrir fell to the side. After all, he was the leader of the werewolves. With his strong will, he subconsciously endured the severe pain from his waist and abdomen, and supported himself with his wolf claws to prevent himself from falling to the ground completely. However, the werewolves behind him did not have the ability of Fenrir. Puff, puff, puff. The students who were informed of the werewolves' weaknesses in advance naturally aimed at the werewolves' waists and abdomens early. After increasing their strength, they hit hard, and most of the werewolves were knocked to the ground directly, struggling subconsciously with their legs and feet. They even let out a painful howl. This made the werewolves behind them also stop their pace. After all, the tragic lesson of their companions in front was really impressive. After falling to the ground, the students did not stop. They raised the sticks in their hands lightly, and the magic flowed. The top of the sticks began to emit red flame chains, and they continued to extend. As the students waved, these chains fell to the ground, and in a lightning fast manner, they firmly tied the werewolves who fell to the ground from head to toe. The wolf claws and legs were imprisoned on the ground, and they could only continue to struggle on the ground. Then, they set their sights on the werewolves behind them. At this time, these werewolves had stopped their steps, and their eyes were cautiously watching the group of young students. It seemed that they did not dare to start a fight easily. Kill, tear them to pieces. Fenrir's roar seemed to ignite the fuse of this war again. After reacting from the pain, he glanced at the bound werewolves, and anger burst out of his eyes. After roaring, he waved his palm again, and rushed towards Ian. This time he was ready to use the advantage of the werewolf's high agility to fight. If the opponent is scratched by him, the wolf poison will enter his body, and no matter what happens next, his life will be over. Ian, who has retreated and distanced himself, looked at Fenrir who was attacking him again. After observing the opponent's steps, he knew Fenrir's next rhythm. Randomly, the long boots on his feet began to flash a light blue light, and a breeze was faintly wrapped around his feet. Wind speed. The speed suddenly increased. Ian took strange steps, swung the long stick, and went up to fight with him. Bang, bang. Snap. Snap. Every time he swung the wolf claws at the opponent, most of them were dodged by the opponent's sensitive steps. Occasionally, he hit the opponent's body, but the opponent's wizard robe flashed a light golden light, and the wolf claws felt stiff. At the same time, every time the opponent swung the long stick in his hand and touched his arm or shoulder, a hot and tingling sensation came from the wound to the brain. Fenrir couldn't help but grin to cover up the pain. Are these students wizards or magical creatures? Instead of using magic, he came to fight with the werewolves. Moreover, his hands, feet, and clothes were all covered with magic equipment. This was not a fight, but a taunt. He wanted to see werewolves fight purely with their sharp claws and tough hair. Thinking of this, Fenrir couldn't help but show an angry look on his face. Subconsciously, the burning pain came from his shoulders again, making him feel a little sad. This group of students were wearing magic equipment all over their bodies, and their combat experience seemed to be not bad. Oh my god, the student on the opposite side who was less than 20 years old, apart from the magic equipment, was obviously not his opponent. But the opponent was covered with magic equipment and various protective measures, so he fought with him in a decent manner, and even evenly matched. I want to cry. This is a victory of wealth, an unfair battle. The poor werewolf leader Fenrir cursed in his heart, but he had to step forward again, waving his wolf claws, and the opponent's magic long stick, and fighting with the protective wizard robe. The wolf claws missed, and the opponent dodged again with a step that made him feel awkward. Taking this opportunity, Fenrir scanned the battlefield. A sad look appeared on his face. Of the dozens of werewolves he brought with him, more than half were still tied up and struggling on the ground, and the rest were fighting with the group of students. The results were not optimistic. He saw with his own eyes that a werewolf took advantage of the opponent's inattention and grabbed the opponent's face with its wolf claws. Although the young wizard took several steps back uncontrollably, a layer of light golden mask suddenly appeared on his face, indicating that he was completely defensive. At this moment, he wanted to vomit blood. Damn wizard. Damn wizard. Damn wizard. These wizards should all go to hell. The full body protection from beginning to end made their most powerful weapon, wolf poison, completely ineffective. Seeing this scene, for some reason, he had a strange idea in his heart. Such a targeted and comprehensive defense. Wouldn't they have been prepared for a long time and knew that these people were coming? But he didn't think about this idea for too long, because Ian on the opposite side swung his long stick again and hit him hard on his waist and abdomen. Damn, you're just staring at my waist, right? Cursing in his heart, Fenrir waved his wolf claws, stepped heavily, dodged, and grappled. Tom Riddle, Grindelwald, and Dumbledore, a group of wizards sitting in the audience, stared at the group of students fighting the werewolf in amazement. Principal, should Hogwarts also carry out close combat training? Professor Flitwick, the Dean of Ravenclaw and the Master of Dueling, swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice. As a Master of Dueling, the focus of the wizard's battles is on dodging steps, matching spells, and formulating combat strategies, and waving a stick to fight a man. He seemed to have only seen it from giants. Yes, the giant swung a big stick and hit the prey. At this moment, Grindelwald saw this scene in the square and felt that the world was a little crazy. He could understand the magic equipment. After all, Lockhart was a rich man. But waving a stick to fight a werewolf? Well, this was the first time he saw a wizard do this. At this moment, an idea came to his mind. Should we let the students of Durmstrang and Isle Vermorny develop their melee qualities? Chapter 444 Death Eater. It's too hard for me. Roar. Roar. Near the center of the square, the red flame flashed with the swinging of the long stick, the angry and even crazy howling of the werewolves, and the whistling sound of waving wolf claws intertwined. This is the close combat battlefield between the werewolves and Ian and other wizards. Behind them, the Death Eaters gradually approached from the side. Now the werewolf battlefield is very chaotic. Although they have always been disdainful of dark creatures such as werewolves, now they are not stupid enough to cast the killing curse on the wizard students on the battlefield. What if they accidentally kill the werewolves? Not to mention whether the master will punish them. With the current crazy state of the werewolves, they have no doubt that the werewolves will turn around and bite them. If the werewolves can maintain their rationality, they will not be criticized. Madness is the norm for their battles, especially at the moment of the full moon. The leading Death Eater Fiennes thought of the most gentle Lupin among the werewolves he met before, who was in a crazy state on the night of the full moon, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. This group of dirty werewolves should always be at the bottom. After a few words of contempt in his heart, Fiennes had already bypassed the werewolf battlefield. Their target was the remaining wizard students. The master told them that the one who killed the most people this time would be rewarded with top black magic. They had already cast the disillusionment spell and split into two teams, bypassing from both sides of the square to teach these young students a lesson, so that they would know what the cruelty of reality is. Gat. A sinister smile appeared on Fiennes' old face. However, when he went around half a circle, not far away from him, a dozen young wizards stood in a team, led by a young red-haired girl. And this was Wanda. Seeing the eyes of this group of young wizards staring straight at him, Fiennes, who cast the disillusionment spell, thought it was not good in his heart, even though he was hiding his body. Avada Kedavra. Without any hesitation, Fiennes waved the wand in his hand towards Wanda, who was leading the way, and prepared to cast the deadly Kedavra spell. What made him feel weird was that the red-haired girl Wanda on the opposite side seemed to have no preparation at all, not even a wand in her hand. He just raised his hand slightly, and the brass magic ring in his hand was reflecting light. But he didn't think too much, and poured in magic power, casting the Kedavra. The dark green light began to flicker at the tip. However, Avada, cough, Kedavra. For some reason, he suddenly felt a dry throat. He just recited half of the spell and suddenly coughed, but then he continued to recite the following spell. The Kedavra, which originally glowed with dark green light at the tip of the wand, dimmed slightly, and then suddenly rose. Affected by this, the fate that originally felt very smooth became jerky. Fiennes relied on his strong spirit to maintain it. Although he felt that the situation was not normal, the Kedavra was already on the string. He had to cast it. Otherwise, the backlash would be enough for him. Then Avada Kedavra. Not good. Puff. Behind Fiennes, a Kedavra flickered, and before he could react, there was silence, and then it was pitch black, and he lost all consciousness. Death. Behind it, a dark wizard looked at the scene helplessly. There was a small stone at his feet. It's over. He killed his own people, and it was his own captain. Looking down at the stone at his feet, the dark wizard top felt like crying, but had no tears. He really deserved death just now. He didn't pay attention to the stone under his feet. As a result, he stumbled and cast the killing curse in the wrong direction. Avada Kedavra. When the dark wizards around saw this scene, the string in their minds seemed to break at once, and the direction of the magic wands casting the killing curse immediately turned. Traitor, damn it. 5 killing spells were unusually smooth and hit accurately. Before the battle started, 2 people died first, killed by our own people. After the black wizard suspected of being a traitor died, the other black wizards reacted. Damn it, Top can't be a traitor. A close black wizard glanced at the dead Top and cursed. Be careful, it's very likely the other party's curse. A black wizard who is good at cursing said, but his tone was also hesitant. He didn't feel anything unusual just now, and there was no magic fluctuation at all, as if it was completely unexpected. According to his experience, such curses are not uncommon, but each time it takes a long time to prepare, and it requires things that are closely related to the other party as materials, such as blood, body tissue, etc. The scene just now happened in less than 10 seconds, and it is a bit far-fetched to say that it is a curse. The dark wizards around didn't think so carefully after hearing it, and their expressions became completely nervous. They saw that the wizard students on the opposite side had already started to act. At this moment, Wanda saw the 2 dark wizards who died before the battle started, and was stunned for a moment, as if she knew the reason, and smiled. If you want to kill yourself without paying a price, you will be ashamed of your talent and the constant magic cast by Teacher Lockhart. Then he said loudly, according to the previous cooperation, I will assist, and you attack. As soon as the voice fell, Wanda waved her hands, and the mysterious ring in her hand emitted a faint red light. In a flash, the sky full of red beams continued to spread around. Soon, a field with a faint red light enveloped the surroundings. After seeing this, the wizard students behind him couldn't help but show a happy expression on their faces. After being accepted as a student by the teacher, they were suddenly side by side with Ian and the other two. This was not without reason. Sure enough, petrification. Disarm your weapon. Thunder explosion. Well, there was no shadowless magic, no black magic, just the most commonly used offensive spells. However, under the shroud and amplification of this light red field, every wizard felt full of energy. Whether it was the wand in their hands or the magic power in their bodies, they were much smoother. And the spells, even the most commonly used offensive spells, were at least twice as powerful and even more accurate. And the black wizards on the opposite side, cough, avid a soul peeling, bone erosion. For a while, coughs continued, and many black wizards felt the magic power in their bodies move abnormally. Even some black wizards' tendons suddenly twitched, causing the direction of the spell to deviate. It was a mess, and even if the spell was successfully cast, it would be affected by various factors, weakening the power and eventually being blocked. Well, there are also some unlucky ones who were hit by the white magic of wizards, because they avoided the black magic of their friends. Grindelwald in the audience saw this scene and a trace of inquiry flashed in his eyes. He felt a familiar breath. It tasted a bit like fate, but it was not. But his intuition was telling him madly that the talent of this little girl was extremely important to him. It would have a major change in his fate. Talent, probability correction. And Lockhart prefers to call it probability manipulation. Just like the description, Wanda's talent can allow him to adjust the success probability of every magic and everything to a certain extent. It's like a cheat editor. Once it is set, the whole world will push for her. With such a talent, Wanda is destined to be as assisted by God in amplification magic, curses, control and other magic fields, and it is easy to reach the top. Of course, for Grindelwald, such a talent is simply a treasure given by God. He can glimpse fate and guide fate, and if he can correct the probability of everything happening, then, Dark Lord, my students performed well. Chapter 445 Dumbledore, the honor of Hogwarts is in your hands. Wizard talent? Dumbledore looked at Wanda's performance, and a thought emerged in his mind. Are there so many talents among the squibs? How come Lockhart found so many outstanding students, and even the wizard talent was opened? You know, Grindelwald and Tom, 2 generations of Dark Lords, both opened wizard talents. Jetless Fate, Tom's soul and dark magic. And he can be regarded as opened. To be precise, it was inherited by the Dumbledore family. Top wizard qualifications, long life, plus summoning Phoenix. It can be said that after the wizard talent is awakened, if it does not die prematurely, you basically mean to get a ticket to step into the top wizards. At this moment, Dumbledore also paid attention to Tom's surprised expression. Although there were 2 Toms, he didn't quite understand what was going on. But he could clearly distinguish that Tom in front of him was more rational, and Voldemort in the square was more crazy. Tom, congratulations on regaining your sanity? Dumbledore asked tentatively, but I think you are not in a good state at the moment. After speaking, he also glanced at Voldemort in the square, as if hinting at something. Dear headmaster, don't worry, Tom said with a smile. I'm in a pretty good state now. Why don't you consider yourself? As he said that, Tom glanced at the battle scene in the square and said indifferently, Headmaster, it seems that Lockhart is beyond your expectations. I feel that Kamar-Taj may be a strong enemy of Hogwarts. You are the headmaster of Hogwarts. Don't let the honor of Hogwarts for more than 2,000 years be ruined in your hands. Hearing this, Dumbledore looked at him from a distance and smiled bitterly, but did not continue. He knew what Tom said, and what Jetla said. This also means that the transformation of the wizarding world is really unstoppable. Dark Lord, my students have performed well. After Lockhart cast the time and space magic, he was almost completely immune to the spells that Voldemort kept casting on him. While removing the curse on his body, he also had the leisure to observe the entire battlefield. After watching for a week, he found that everything was under control, so he laughed sarcastically at Voldemort, who was still casting spells. At this moment, Voldemort's left arm was drooping, which was the result of his sacrifice of his arm. When he found that his killing curse was ineffective, he did not give up, but cast other types of spells to test Experiments involving soul, space, mind, body, and even curses were conducted. The results of the experiments surprised him more and more. In addition to time magic, he did not do much research. Space means have a certain effect, but the effect is not high. On the contrary, the curse has a certain effect. Time. Through the curse, he sensed the breath of time. Yes, it is time. After noticing this, Voldemort's face became more uncertain and felt troubled. Then, facing Lockhart's words, Voldemort, who was originally emotionally unstable, was directly ignited. I can't touch you, but I can't touch your students. Especially when he realized that his Death Eaters were still at a disadvantage in the face of a group of students. Waste. Anger rose, and he looked at Lockhart fiercely. He turned around and turned into a ball of black mist, flying away towards the battlefield of the students. Seeing this, Lockhart couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king. You should have some shame. After all, you are a Dark Lord. Then Voldemort, your enemy is me. Lockhart unlocked the time and space magic, and at the same time flew forward, saying in a cold voice, the cost of training these students is not low, and they can't be killed or injured so easily. Avada Kedavra. Seeing Lockhart following Voldemort's eyes flashed with joy, and he turned around without hesitation and cast a killing curse. This time, Lockhart, who had cleared the curse in his body, reacted quickly. He stepped back, and at the same time, he lightly raised his wand, and raised it quickly. A red flame-colored obstruction spell flew up, and quickly turned into an inverted circle, including the killing curse, which distorted its direction. The next moment, sword of blazing flame. With a wave of the wand in his hand, a long sword with purple rune flames engraved on the blade quickly appeared in the air. The long sword took shape, and as Lockhart waved the wand in his hand, it quickly flew towards Voldemort. At this moment, the black mist that Voldemort incarnated had begun to condense, and was about to transform into a human form. Seeing this, it turned into black mist again. This was the top flying spell he had researched in the black mist. Flying was an important function, but more importantly, it was also a defensive spell. The incarnation of Black Mist itself was immune to most magical attacks, and could even attack. It was a level of top spells, and flying was just in effect. Zizzy, zizzy, zizzy. The long sword with purple flames penetrated the black mist. The black mist began to roll. The sound of corrosion continued to sound. The purple flames seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. However, it never disappeared and remained in the black mist. The black mist moved, and the lightsaber moved with it, and the two remained entangled. Damn it. Voldemort cursed in his heart. This lightsaber obviously didn't cause much damage to him, but the problem is that this sword has been carried until now, and even with ease. What does this mean? Is he clinging to him, or is he going to let him stay in the state of black fog? After cursing a few words inwardly, Voldemort turned into black fog and flew towards Lockhart. Lockhart shook his head helplessly after seeing it. After knowing the effect of the black fog spell from Tom, he naturally thought of a way to resolve it. The move just now was a method. In this state, if Voldemort turned into a human form, he would have to wait for this purple flame lightsaber to penetrate his body. Involvement and delay are the most important. The protagonist today is not him, Lockhart, but the school of Kamar-Taj, and the combat performance of young wizards. This is very important for the subsequent recruitment of students. He has always understood what the focus is, and what the core matter is. Otherwise, he would have suppressed Voldemort long ago. The stage is so well built, it would be a waste if he doesn't perform well. Then looking at the oncoming black fog, he raised the wand in his hand high, and a silver white light quickly bloomed around. The black fog itself has a certain degree of corrosiveness, and it is very good at attack and defense. Especially in the hands of the founder of the black fog spell, it can be used in many ways. Whoosh! Several black fog chains swept towards Lockhart from the black fog, covering the surroundings. It seems to try to tie him up. At this moment, Lockhart cast the Patronus charm, and the silver white color covered the surroundings to resist the black chains that came towards him. Roar! A silver white lion roared loudly at the black fog. This is Lockhart's Patronus. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 Voldemort. Is this fair? Patronus Charm. Lockhart can actually cast a Patronus? Tom, who was far away, was stunned and felt incredible after seeing this. He had dealt with Lockhart in the Horcrux state. He was mean, shameless, and full of conspiracies. He had cast the killing curse quite a few times, and was deeply involved in all kinds of black magic, souls, curses, etc. According to the plan discussed before, this guy even thought about exterminating the goblins. It can be said that he is a complete dark wizard. If he had not been born, this guy would definitely be the best choice for the Dark Lord. This guy can actually cast the Patronus Charm. Are you kidding? At this moment, Tom did not notice Dumbledore's gaze at all, and focused most of his attention on the Patronus Charm. He is also Voldemort, so he naturally knows the Black Mist Curse, and he even told Lockhart about this spell. One of the solutions was that he originally joked that the Patronus Charm was useful, and he was going to mock him. Although he looked bright on the outside, he was actually a dark wizard inside. I didn't expect this guy to actually be able to use it. What a long eye. Is there any justice in this world? This kind of person is actually a white wizard, and he still has justice in his heart. Isn't this nonsense? At this moment, Tom seemed to have countless grass mud horses running out of his heart, galloping, jumping, and trampling on the little knowledge in his heart. After seeing it, Grindelwald frowned and said nothing more. When the officials of the Ministry of Magic, including Dumbledore, saw the Patronus Charm, they smiled with relief. The Patronus Charm has been a very old top defensive spell since ancient times, and is usually only used by white wizards with justice in their hearts. If a black wizard uses it, it will be backfired, and it is very likely to summon termites to devour the user. In ancient times, the Patronus Charm was a means of choosing a hero and a leader. And now, although it is not as exaggerated as before, but for wizards who cast the Patronus Charm, many people will trust them, and in some key positions, such as the Minister of Magic or the Director, knowing the Patronus Charm itself is a good plus. The Patronus Charm has very high positive requirements for the soul and emotions of wizards. Children are simple-minded, and may be easier to perform, but adults, with complicated minds, become very difficult. Seeing Lockhart's Patronus Charm, and the physical guardian beast, ordinary wizards have a better impression, and professors from other schools and officials of the Ministry of Magic also subconsciously trust him more. The traditions of the wizarding world are sometimes really useful. After observing the expressions of the audience, Lockhart silently said in his heart, "For a school, educational ability is hard power, and the character of professors, principals and others is soft power." You know, Lockhart is planning to annex this historical school with countless honors for 2000 years. Hogwarts. Expel. Disintegrate. When the White Lion rushed into the black fog, the Patronus Charm, which symbolizes all positive forces, began to disintegrate. There are many sources of the Black Mist Curse, but the most important one is also derived from Voldemort's research on Dementors. This is also an important reason why the Patronus Charm can work in it. After Voldemort felt the negative impact of the Patronus Charm, the incarnation of the Black Mist began to retreat quickly, trying to avoid it. When he was a certain distance away, he turned into a human. He faced Lockhart with an increasingly pale face. Damn it. This state of being unable to hit or run away is too unpleasant. Among the extremely difficult Patronus, the unheard of time and space magic, these basically symbolize the top magic in the wizarding world. He had to admit a reality that with his current strength, he could not defeat Lockhart, and at most he could only achieve a stalemate. And now, werewolves and Death Eaters are at a disadvantage, and Tom Riddle is facing a group of wizards. The current situation cannot continue to be deadlocked. If it continues, the danger will only increase. When it comes to his own life, even if he is crazy, he will become rational. Let's implement the second plan. A somewhat weak voice came to Tom's ear, pursed his lips, and said briefly, "Okay." Then, he looked at Dumbledore and said meaningfully, "Principal, don't forget what I said to you. Some things are not something you can do just because you want to. Reality will force you to go to a situation you don't want to see. Then, Tom paused and said heavily, even if you are Dumbledore. Even if you are Dumbledore. After hearing Tom's words, Dumbledore muttered to himself a few times. However, then, his tone changed, as if thinking about Tom. He said, Tom, you are leaving now next time. I hope to see you again now. Dumbledore's sharp eyes naturally know what the current situation is. They are at a disadvantage as a whole, so it's natural for them to want to retreat. After hearing this, Tom snorted coldly and said nothing. How could she not understand what Dumbledore meant? The implication was that, if he and Voldemort had a further struggle, it would be best if both sides were injured. That's right, even if he doesn't make a move, with your crazy personality, he will make the first move. It's hard to win this game, and it's likely to be a zero-sum game. Whoosh, whoosh. At some point, a cold breeze blew from outside to the square. Above the sky, light golden stripes gradually emerged, like chains, interweaving, combining, and changing. This is the core part of the secret realm, symbolizing the flow of energy in the entire secret realm. Other colored lines and chains began to appear above the sky, densely covering the entire sky. The yellow of the earth, the green of the trees, the silver white of the space, and the fiery red of the sun. The chains intertwined with each other, with a strange beauty that made people's eyes fall into it. When ordinary wizards looked at it, a lot of information poured into their minds, and they had to close their eyes, lower their heads, and digest it. But Dumbledore, Grindelwald and other top wizards stared at it. Crazy memory of the layout of various chains above. They knew very well that this was the most core information of the secret realm constructed by Lockhart. However, what is more eye-catching is that these pale golden chains are wrapped with wisps of black mist, and they begin to converge in the middle, as if they are chasing something. Curse. Dumbledore judged very confidently. The appearance of the core of the secret realm is due to the curse. However, he is not interested in analyzing the curse now, but instead reflects the various patterns that are constantly changing above into his mind, so that he can review them later. It is definitely impossible to build a secret realm like Lockhart with these alone. But the combined magical knowledge, with these as clues, is enough to build similar things. Move Hogwarts to a more concealed, closed, and safe secret space. Well, it is a very tempting choice. At this moment, Lockhart did not stop it after seeing it, but let everyone watch it. After all, free is the most expensive. As for the curse, it is nothing more than the soul fragment of the Horcrux of the Hufflepuff Gold Cup. After Voldemort took a look at the changes in the sky, a smile appeared on his pale face. He rushed towards Lockhart, ready to fight with him. Interrupt any possibility that Lockhart wanted to interrupt. Lockhart, seeing Voldemort attacking him, naturally would not refuse. A moment later, a shout rang out. Retreat. Chapter 447 Dumbledore, the era of chaos is coming. Are you ready? In the sky, lines and runes of various colors emerged, intertwined, and changed, just like a rainbow. Dumbledore, Grindelwald and other wizards looked up and firmly imprinted the trajectory of each line in the sky in their minds. While feeling and thinking about the relationship between these and the secret space they are currently in, they explored the operating principles behind them. Now, even an idiot knows that if a secret space like Lockhart can be built, it will definitely be a huge advantage to the outside world. Whether it is privacy, security, or even the style, it is always better than other wizard forces. Grindelwald has decided that after returning, he must build a secret space like Kamar-Taj as the headquarters of the Saints. The general principle has already emerged in his mind, and further research, deduction, refinement, and trial and error are needed later. If you really encounter a problem, it is not impossible to trade with Lockhart. After all, given the current situation, it is probably well known. If Lockhart wants to hide, there is no point. It is nothing more than the high or low transaction price. Dumbledore had the same idea. As for Fudge at the Ministry of Magic, he was even more excited and had been fantasizing about moving the Ministry of Magic to a space similar to the Secret Realm. He had no intention of dealing with Lockhart himself. Inviting for help should not be a problem. In this way, he could also leave a glorious mark in the history of the Ministry of Magic, and there might even be hope of re-election. In 1993, under the leadership of Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, the Ministry of Magic moved to the XX space, ushering in the era of the Secret Realm, and further promoting the Statute of Secrecy. When Fudge thought of this, a smile appeared on his face. After a moment, buzz, the black mist representing the curse gradually dissipated, and a hidden wave spread outward at a lightning speed. After Voldemort sensed it, a hint of joy appeared on his face. The soul fragments on the Hufflepuff gold cup were destroyed, and the curse on the body disappeared. Retreat. Without hesitation, Voldemort immediately ordered the Death Eaters. The Death Eaters immediately cast a black magic at the other party, and while the other party was dodging, they left the battle. Take out the portkey that has been prepared. Buzz. With a burst of space distortion, the square released a large amount of space fluctuations. The Death Eaters left, including the werewolf. At this time, the pure-blooded Death Eaters around Tom seemed to have received the message and used the portkey to retreat. In the blink of an eye, only Tom and Voldemort were left. Dumbledore and others also came back to their senses from Voldemort's retreat. Seeing that there were only 2 Dark Lords left, he hesitated for a moment, but still did not speak. Tom glanced at the audience, pointed his wand at his throat and said loudly, "Grindelwald, I know you are here." "I'm right, Headmaster Dumbledore." After saying that, Tom smiled, but did not wait for him to reply, and continued, "The future of the wizarding world has begun to blur. Justice and evil will be in chaos again. In the future of a great era, killing is inevitable, and chaos will be the next theme. There will be new wizards who will stand out in a short time, just like Lockhart. So, it's time for us to abandon the previous impression. I'm looking forward to the day when I can sit at a table with you and talk about the changes of the times and the research of magic." After saying that, his tone became a little expectant, and he said meaningfully, "I believe this day will come, and it won't be too far away." Lockhart's purpose was discussed very clearly before. With the power of the entire wizarding world, the magic system will be transformed and iterated. Then what to do next? Lockhart did not say, but based on his understanding of Lockhart, it must be a bigger move. It must even rely on the power of the entire wizarding world to be completed. Otherwise, Lockhart would not spend so much energy to promote it. Even promised himself freedom. "Lockhart, I believe we will have a lot of dealings in the next period of time. There is a long time to come," Voldemort said at the end, and a fierce look flashed in his scholar eyes. After the voice fell, he glanced at Tom, waved his wand, and left with the help of the portkey. After hearing this, Lockhart did not show any expression, but after he left, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Immediately, he restrained the expression on his face again, tiptoed the ground, and jumped lightly, and flew back to the original high platform. At this moment, Tom also left with the help of the portkey, as a prohibited item that has always been at the forefront of the Ministry of Magic. Naturally, it has its special features, and its biggest feature is that it can be forced to leave under space restrictions. With the departure of Tom Riddle, the dark green barrier covering the audience seats quietly disappeared. At this time, everyone turned their eyes to the high platform on the square again, looking at Lockhart's neat clothes. Just like before, there was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, as if the battle just now had not happened. The students in front of him were all lined up neatly, and there was no panic. "Everyone, the battle just now is over. Now let's get back to the topic. Welcome to Kamar-Taj, a wizard school focusing on meditation. Kamar-Taj helps squibs become wizards, and helps every hard-working wizard become better and more outstanding." At night, the Pig's Head Bar. Compared with the dim and deserted streets outside, the interior of the Pig's Head Bar is particularly lively and noisy. Bright candlelight, charming wine aroma, noisy discussions, and the sound of wine glasses colliding. Who didn't go to see the opening ceremony of Kamar-Taj today? Those who didn't go may not know that what happened today is definitely the most unforgettable thing in my life. A middle-aged wizard with a red wine nose took a sip of wine. He said with some shock. The wizard next to him, who was slightly affected, nodded in agreement. "Dumbledore, you know who, even I heard that you know who is here, plus Headmaster Lockhart. My god. The entire wizarding world, the top wizards in the world are all here. Have you heard?" The Ministry of Magic has already announced that Headmaster Lockhart will be the second Dumbledore, and he is so young. Aberforth Dumbledore was at the bar, listening to the lively discussion of the crowd. He snorted disdainfully, but didn't say much. They were talking about Albus, not him. He deserved it. However, at this moment, a young figure walked in from the door of the Hogshead Inn. When Aberforth saw him, his eyes lit up. "Ian, you're here." Chapter 448 Aberforth's Wisdom, from Dumbledore's Test. "Boss, good evening." Ian smiled when he heard Aberforth's familiar voice. He picked up his feet, quickened his pace, and walked to the bar. At this moment, Aberforth had just poured a glass of blue wine with a cold and chilly air. "Ian, come and do it. This is the new wine I just researched." Aberforth waved his hand and said eagerly, "How does it taste?" He was very concerned about Ian. To be honest, if he didn't have a son, he might have treated him as his own child. After all, he had been following him for 5 or 6 years. Even raising a cat can develop feelings, let alone a person. When Ian heard Aberforth's words, he smiled brightly. Without hesitation, he picked up the wine glass and blew it slightly to blow away the white mist floating above the glass, and carefully observed the blue wine inside. After observing it for a moment, he took a sip and put it down. The cold liquid flowed from his mouth into his throat, and the rich fruity aroma was now in his mouth, and his taste buds seemed to be completely stimulated and opened. Ian closed his eyes, seeming to enjoy the sip of wine. "Boss, this wine is good." Ian pondered for a moment, opened his eyes, and said with admiration, "It's worthy of being the wine you mixed, boss. You should have used blue jade fruit as a main ingredient, and paired it with some other magical fruits to make fruit wine. Although the aroma of the wine is strong, it is not intoxicating." At this point, Ian was a little amazed. "Even after drinking this glass of wine, I found that it is easier to make people clear-minded." Then the tone became a little regretful. "However, ordinary wizards should not drink this kind of wine. They prefer the feeling of being drunk after drinking." And Aberforth nodded in agreement. "Ian, you are right. But this is not prepared for ordinary wizards." At this point, Aberforth smiled mysteriously and said, "This is specially prepared for wizards who practice meditation." Before, Lockhart specifically reminded that after practicing meditation, try not to drink. It is said that what they need more is to maintain their own sanity. After hearing this, Ian nodded in agreement. The mentor told us so. Speaking of alcohol, touch it as little as possible. Being addictive is one thing. More importantly, the alcohol that is popular in the wizarding world now will amplify the emotions in the brain. Drinking too much can easily cause loss of concentration, which in turn affects the meditation runes deep in the mind. So, most of our daily drinks are tea leaves. After hearing this, Aberforth seemed to sigh and said, "Hey, Ian, you said the same thing, and Lockhart said the same thing. You said that, if we make wine in the same way as before, there will be more wizards practicing meditation, so who will come to the bar? So, I will first study the wine suitable for wizards practicing meditation. In this way, the bar will still have a lot of customers, or even more." Hearing this, Ian gave Aberforth a big thumbs up and said admiringly, "Boss, your vision is still so far-sighted. Awesome, I really admire you. If you really develop the kind of wine suitable for meditation in the future, I will bring all my friends and classmates to the bar." Hearing this, Aberforth smiled and said, "I will definitely come then." Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked, "By the way, Ian, to be honest, I have only heard of this meditation method, but I have not really studied it or contacted it. Can you tell me about it? Especially if there are any taboo behaviors, so that I can avoid them." Then, as if he had thought of something, Aberforth added again, "I have also practiced the meditation method announced before, but I found that the effect is almost ineffective for me. Do you think there is any meditation method that can help me now? I want to practice it too." Well, in fact, Dumbledore knew the close relationship between Ian and Aberforth. Although Aberforth had a bad attitude towards Dumbledore, he still did not refuse his request. After hearing this, Ian's smile faded slightly, as if he knew what it meant. After all, he was one of the 4 students most valued by his mentors. He had undergone the most comprehensive training. As the founder of SHIELD and a top agent, Mr. Carter had trained them a lot in confidentiality awareness and had practiced various probing scenes. Aberforth also keenly noticed the subtle changes in Ian's expression. He was amazed at Ian's growth, but there was no other embarrassment. After all, at his age, he has experienced a lot. If it's not convenient to say, that's fine. I'll see Lockhart one day and ask him myself. Well, once this was said, he had to say a few words no matter whether it was convenient or not. After hearing this, Ian thought for a while and said, "Boss, there's nothing wrong with it. After the school officially recruits students, all this knowledge will be taught comprehensively. And I heard from the instructor that he is going to write a professional book on meditation recently, which is specially prepared for adult wizards. If you want to understand it comprehensively, I will give you a copy after the teacher finishes writing it." Hearing this, Aberforth nodded, but didn't say anything, and continued to listen. After seeing this, Ian felt a little helpless, but after all, the boss had taken care of him for 5 or 6 years, and the relationship between the two was very close. He is not the kind of ungrateful character. Then Ian picked out what he could say and said, "For meditation, the most important thing is to keep your mind clear and rational. Especially for the initial entry, the better you keep this point, the easier it will be to get started. This is also one of the reasons why drinking is not recommended. Also, meditation has requirements for the spells you choose to practice. Different types of meditation recommend different spells to practice. The instructors here all let us practice matching spells. It's not that other spells can't be practiced, they can only be at an ordinary level, and it's even possible that they will conflict with each other, further affecting the spells and even the practice of meditation." Then, Ian communicated with Aberforth one by one about the points he could say. At the same time, Aberforth also carefully put down the wine glass beside him and replaced it with tea. Time passed by minute. Soon it was late at night. Some wizards had left, and one also entered the bar. Ian and Aberforth talked for almost 3 or 4 hours, and the tea on the bar was changed several times. It was almost dawn, and Ian said goodbye and left the Hogshead. Aberforth looked at Ian's leaving figure, sighed, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it slowly. I'm afraid that Ian will rarely come to the Hogshead in the future, but it's better to come less. It will save Dumbledore from bothering him in the old age. He can always find a way to convince himself, and he can only find Ian. With Ian's current temper, this is not a good thing. Besides, Lockhart didn't do as many bad things as Voldemort, and he even has a good reputation in the world. At least from Ian's current performance, he is a very good and responsible teacher. He was too lazy to get involved between Dumbledore and Lockhart. Just help once. Well, why not go to the United States to hide first, so that I can go and see my son, Aurelius Dumbledore. Chapter 449. The argument between the two Voldemorts and McGonagall's troubles. Malfoy Manor. Lucius was in his own home, with his head down, leading the way humbly like a servant. Behind him, followed Voldemort, who was wearing a black robe, had pale skin and a pair of scalloped eyes. At this moment, Voldemort looked at Lucius, who was leading the way, with indifferent eyes, but a hint of murderous intent flashed from time to time. As his former subordinate, he dared to betray him, although his current master is also himself. But betrayal is still betrayal after all. But when I thought of another self, I couldn't help but feel powerless in my heart. Now, who is the real one? It's hard to tell. He is the state of rationality when he was young, and I'm more inclined to the state before death. Objectively speaking, the other party is more like a perfect resurrection. Rational, elegant, ambitious, and restrained. And I'm deeply affected by black magic. Although I have eased a lot through the resurrection ceremony, I still feel manic from time to time and want to kill. Now, the only way to judge who is the real one and distinguish the primary and secondary is to kill, devour, and merge. Whoever wins is the real body. But the reality is that the opponent is not weaker than himself. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that suddenly emerged in his heart. At this moment, Lucius Malfoy was nervous and trembling as he led the way forward. Damn, how could there be 2 masters? Lucius thought in despair. With one master, he was already miserable enough. Now a second one popped out. and this one looked even more vicious. He could clearly sense the strong malice coming from behind him, and he even felt that he would not survive today. With one master, he himself felt a little numb. With two masters, deep despair emerged in his heart. If a third or fourth one appeared, destroy it. Lucius lowered his head and led the way carefully, and soon took Voldemort into his former study. Well, it is now the masters. Click. You are here. Tommy Riddle stood in front of the window, turned around and said elegantly, "Come, please sit down. I have been waiting for you for a long time." After saying that, he extended his hand to invite him. After hearing this, Voldemort walked forward a few steps without making a sound, and did not sit down in his seat. He did not know himself well. He wanted to kill the other party. There was absolutely no reason for the other party to let him go. Although the two had cooperated before, and they might cooperate in the future. But in the end, only one of them would die. To be honest, if the two were not equally strong now, he would have taken the initiative. And he dared not be careless in the opponent's home court. When Tom saw this, he was not angry, but just kept an elegant smile. Then he said, "Now, how do we call each other?" "Tom, Voldemort, the Dark Lord, the you-know-who." Tom casually uttered a few names, and a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. "Or Voldemort number 1, number 2. Hearing this, Voldemort frowned slightly and said, "Put the names aside for now. I'm curious, how did you resurrect?" The resurrection ceremony left in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets in my memory did not have such an effect. At this point, Voldemort's eyes showed a trace of inquiry. We are all Voldemort, and we remember it very clearly. The resurrection ceremony he had set up originally sacrificed the life of a student, awakening the power of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets to help him revive. In theory, the best result of resurrecting himself would be to eliminate all the backlash of dark magic and restore the soul to its fullness, just like a real new life. Just like Tom is now. But theory is theory after all. Voldemort knows very well that it is impossible to achieve such an effect. In reality, he may be resurrected, but his body is weak and needs time to recover. Just like him before. So he is very curious about how Tom was resurrected, and even cut off the connection between his soul and the Horcrux, becoming an independent and complete existence. Otherwise, how could he exist now? There must be a secret behind this. In response to Voldemort's question, Tom smiled and changed the subject. "What are your plans for the future? You should know your current situation. If Dumbledore and Lockhart join forces, none of us will be their opponents." Voldemort looked cold, and his calm tone revealed ruthlessness. "Then let's join forces. I don't think Dumbledore and Lockhart will be as friendly as friends in the future. The current British wizarding world cannot accommodate two schools. If Kamar-Taj wants to rise, it can only suck blood from Hogwarts, or even climb up from his corpse. We can wait until they conflict. That's when I will regain hegemony." Voldemort didn't say anything else, because he thought everyone understood. Now the two sides are equal in strength, and with the external threat, they can only choose to join forces. When the external threat disappears, it will be their turn to fight to the death. However, Tom didn't seem to follow his thinking. He looked at Voldemort's bloodshot eyes and said calmly, "What if I don't wait? I don't want to wait. If I miss the opportunity now, I believe I will regret it for the rest of my life." After hearing this, Voldemort looked very surprised. Timing. What is a good time now? Dumbledore controls Hogwarts. All members of the Order of the Phoenix have assembled. Lockhart has created Kamar-Taj and is in cahoots with the Ministry of Magic. What kind of good time is this? It should be the darkest moment. As if knowing the difference in Voldemort's heart, Tom said, "In fact, I'm you. If you really calm down and think carefully, you should be able to find that a great change of the times is coming. In this round of great changes, no one can escape. Only those who prepare in advance can take advantage, reach a high position, and even become a hegemon." At this point, Voldemort fell into deep thought. Tom continued, "The most critical thing is meditation. The solution to the backlash of black magic lies in it. I now need a large number of experimental subjects to study meditation methods suitable for black magicians and dark wizards. In the future, each meditation method will lay the foundation for a party's power. the bloodline will be greatly weakened, and the number of wizards will usher in an unprecedented surge. Muggles are no longer muggles, and wizards are no longer wizards. Hogwarts, Gryffindore's office. McGonagall sat at the desk, frowning as she looked at the Daily Prophet in front of her. The new semester is coming, and the little wizards are about to come back. Of course, Lockhart has also left, and the new professor of defense against the dark arts will come. However, these are not the most important. As the vice president of Hogwarts, the content of the newspaper in front of her put a lot of pressure on McGonagall. The Ministry of Magic authorizes Kamar-Taj to recruit students from Muggles, and it is expected that the number of students enrolled in the first semester will be as high as 1,000. Chapter 450 Kamar-Taj Enrollment. Afternoon, a neighborhood in London. Albus, the number of students that Lockhart is recruiting this time is really too large. We recruit only 100 or so little wizards every semester, but he is planning to recruit thousands. I can't even imagine it. Can there be so many professors to teach and manage so many people? At Hogwarts, the total number of students is only more than 1,000. The golden sunlight fell on the street. Dumbledore walked forward in a white wizard robe, while McGonagall, who was wearing dark green clothes, kept complaining. Lockhart is a bit unethical. How can you recruit students like this? Recruiting thousands of students, not to mention food and drink. Just take the students to Kamar-Taj. Can you handle it? How many wizards do you have? When these wizards recruit students, do they need to communicate with their parents? Do they need to take them to Gringotts to buy wizard robes, exchange gold galleons, buy books, and buy wands for them? Which one doesn't require people? As far as Hogwarts is concerned, for students recruited from Muggles, basically one professor will only receive 2 or 3 students at most, and most of the time, it will only receive one Muggle wizard. Even if Kamar-Taj does not use professors to receive students, and uses young wizards trained by itself, it will take at least 300 or 400 people. Let's not talk about Kamar-Taj. There are not so many wizards now. Even if there are, it turns out that all these people are used to receive students, and they don't do other things. Managing a school is not as simple as you think. Lockhart. McGonagall, the deputy principal of Hogwarts, couldn't help but complain in her heart. Dumbledore, who was standing aside, just smiled and didn't say anything after hearing McGonagall's complaint. After McGonagall stopped complaining, she said, "Don't be impatient, McGonagall. Today we will see how Kamar-Taj recruits students." Lockhart told me before that Kamar-Taj's way of recruiting new students is very interesting. I asked him, but he didn't tell me, and he said it should be kept secret now. He said he would reveal it only after the students are officially recruited. Let's take a look today, Dumbledore said with a smile, and McGonagall shook her head helplessly after hearing it, but did not refuse. Then Albus, where are we going? McGonagall asked curiously. Could it be that Lockhart gave him some clues, or looked for someone today? For example, to see which young wizard came out to recruit new students. Dumbledore shook his head, and a trace of confusion appeared on his face, saying, "Lockhart said that, if you want to understand, just come to London for a walk. You will definitely find clues. So, I'll take you for a walk today." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he continued to walk forward with McGonagall. "As I get older, I know a lot of things. I can't be too impatient. I have to take it slow, and choose the right time. However, Albus, this can't be Lockhart's way of recruiting students." McGonagall pulled Dumbledore's clothes and pointed her finger at the screen on the tall building in the distance. I saw a brand new picture on the huge LED screen on the tall building. Huge text and colorful patterns intertwined and blended with each other, showing a different kind of beauty. And the text read, "Kamar-Taj, recruitment notice. Lockhart, you are so open and above board. Aren't you afraid of violating the statute of secrecy?" McGonagall whispered. Her face was obviously very shocked. "Such a big screen. This is to prevent muggles from not knowing Kamar-Taj in the wizarding world, right? No, there is something wrong with these patterns." McGonagall reacted quickly and stared at the colorful patterns on the LED screen. The smell of the deformed runes, the confusion spell, the spiritual inspiration, and even the meaning of dreams. McGonagall muttered to herself as she walked. and Dumbledore just nodded slightly, as if agreeing with McGonagall, and continued to walk forward on the street. Soon they walked through several streets. Basically, every few steps, they could clearly see the words about Kamar-Taj, and of course the familiar patterns. Some were on billboards, some were on the covers of some best-selling books, and some were even printed on the surface of some bus compartments. It can be said that, as long as you are in London, everyone will see Kamar-Taj more or less. Dumbledore observed the pictures he saw along the way, and a look of inquiry rose in his eyes. Lockhart's recruitment method looks very grand, but in fact it is extremely cautious. After these patterns are combined, ordinary people and wizards see two different pictures. They are wizards, so they naturally see the words Kamar-Taj. When he tried to suppress his magic and spirit, and look at these advertisements from the perspective of muggles, he found that it was a recruitment notice for a company called Kamar-Taj Limited. It was very ordinary. For ordinary muggles, as long as they took a look, they would forget it the next second, after turning their heads. This is the effect of the confusion charm and the oblivion charm, and the means are very clever. Relatively speaking, squibs with psychic potential or wizard blood can also detect these changes. The better the aptitude, the clearer the perception. If the aptitude is average, it is about the same as an ordinary muggle. A very good screening method. No wonder Lockhart is going to recruit thousands of people this time. There are tens of millions of people in London, and it should not be difficult to find 1,000 people who have the qualifications to practice meditation. Sure enough, even if Kamar-Taj does not have a tool like the Book of Admission to select wizard apprentices, it will have its own methods. Suddenly, Dumbledore's expression changed, and he sensed a familiar breath. Hey, why is Scrimgeour here? Thinking about it, Dumbledore understood. Patting McGonagall on the shoulder, he whispered, "McGonagall, follow me." The next moment, a black shadow flashed. Apparition. And McGonagall followed closely behind. Minister Fudge. Although Lockhart's behavior has been reported to the Ministry of Magic, large-scale magic in the Muggle world will still bring many negative effects. I personally think that restrictions must be imposed. Or a director, Scrimgeour said in a deep voice. Cornelius Fudge waved his hand and said without worry, "Don't worry, Scrimgeour. Lockhart has already said that this is the last time because the school is about to start, so this kind of high-profile method is used. No more in the future." Scrimgeour was a little indignant after hearing this. But then, Fudge heard Fudge say, "Don't forget Lockhart," but he donated a batch of magic items to the Aura office. Hearing this, Scrimgeour stopped talking. "Well, it's better not to offend the sponsor." And Fudge continued. "And Lockhart is much easier to talk to than Dumbledore, so he specially invited us to watch their admissions process. If it was Dumbledore, what do you think?" Fudge was speaking at this time. Suddenly, buzz. Scrimgeour immediately sensed the nearby space fluctuations. Subconsciously, he raised his hand to his waist and clenched the wand in his hand. He turned his head and looked east with a vigilant expression. But Fudge didn't notice anything and continued to complain about Dumbledore. "You said that compared to Lockhart, Dumbledore simply doesn't listen to suggestions. If Dumbledore could be more open-minded." "Minister, stop talking. Look." After realizing who the person was, Scrimgeour pulled Fudge and reminded him in a low voice. "What's wrong?" Fudge also turned his head and looked over. When he saw who was coming, his expression froze. Then, he changed his expression at lightning speed and greeted him with enthusiasm. "Haha, it's Headmaster Dumbledore. I mentioned you just now. The future peace of the wizarding world cannot be separated from top wizards like you and Lockhart." Dumbledore smiled, looked at Fudge who came up to him with a smile on his face, and said gently, "No, the wizarding world now needs more young people like Lockhart. People of my age should watch the young people perform." While Fudge and Dumbledore were communicating, suddenly, as soon as they arrived at the laboratory, the portal opened. Peggy Carter, wearing a blue wizard robe, walked out. "Minister Fudge, Headmaster Dumbledore, you are all here. Welcome to Kamar-Taj." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.